when the world falls silent and every sound outside seems to disappear, leaving only your breath and the slow beating of your heart in a dark room, that is when loneliness begins to speak. It whispers that no one is thinking about you, that everyone else has a place to return to, and you do not. But if you pause for a moment, without resisting, without trying to chase that feeling away too quickly, you will realize this silence is not completely empty. Hidden within it is a very subtle rhythm of life, like the sound of water flowing beneath the ice, like warmth still lingering in the palm of your hand. Maybe loneliness is not here to weaken you, but to teach you how to listen to yourself. Tonight, let these Zen stories touch your heart gently, like the wind gliding across a lake, warmly, like a lamp still burning in a dark room. Each story is a soft, low note for your soul to rest upon a small bridge, guiding you back to peace. Because peace has never disappeared. It is simply waiting for you to open your heart and listen. Before we step into tonight's Zen stories, if you are listening and feel that this voice brings calm to your heart, take a second to press subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell. That way, you will not miss any of the peaceful journeys to come. It is also a small way to help nurture this quiet space together. Every night, I will be here telling you stories as light as a breath, so you can fall asleep more easily. Feel safer and know that you are not truly alone in the long night. Now take a deep breath, relax your shoulders, and come with me into the first story. The first story, the one who brews, dew for the trees. It began on a night when the town had retreated into slumber, and the street lights at the corners faded like a thought about to be forgotten. At the end of an old moss-covered alley stood a small garden, a low wooden fence, and a tile-roofed house sagging like a sleeve that someone has worn for too long. The homeowner was an old man living alone. The neighbors called him the one who brews dew for the trees, because every midnight when the dew began to form, he would step into the garden with a jug of rainwater he had collected earlier, mix in a few drops of cold tea and a small pinch of salt. He would tell the few visitors who sometimes came by that trees too need to drink something that carries a bit of the day's memory, a little warmth of the hearth, a faint saltiness of sweat. Those who heard him often smiled and then forgot, but the night and the trees remembered. That night, a young woman arrived wearing a small backpack and shoes muddied from a long road. She said she was walking away from a room full of people, yet hollow in its center. She walked hoping to feel lighter, but her heart felt heavy, like a jar packed full of stones. She did not ask for lodging, nor for advice. She leaned against the fence and watched the old man retie a vine of tomato plant burdened with fruit. His hands moved slowly, but not trembling. Every knot he tied was like a greeting. When he was done, she spoke. She said she had not been able to sleep for many weeks. The nights stretched out like a road with no lights. She walked and grew more afraid, yet the more afraid she became, the harder it was to stop. Finally, she would collapse in exhaustion, but her eyes remained open. The old man waved her in and poured her a cup of warm water. No sugar, explaining that it was not tea, but boiled rainwater. He told her that when he was young, once he had slept outdoors after the harvest. The wind came, and he coughed all season. From then on, every night, he made a cup of warm water before hearing the dew hit the roof tiles. She took a small sip and fell silent. The warmth traveled down her throat and lingered in her chest. Outside on the porch, the sound of leaves brushing together sounded like someone's clothes passing nearby. The old man said, if the night were a room due, would be a guest who knows how to knock gently. She asked how she might not fear that guest. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he handed her an old cloth and asked her to follow him into the garden. The little garden was laid out like a musical score, neat rows of greens, and beside them a low flat tray of stone near the ground to catch trickling water. The drops fell regularly, like a slow heartbeat. The old man began his nightly work. He scooped a ladle of water from the rain barrel and held it in his left palm as though cradling a blessing. With his right hand, he poured gently at the base of a plant. He did not water the leaves nor the flowers, only where the roots met the earth. He said plants learn how to go home from where the roots touch soil, while leaves learn how to meet one another in the sky. She watched, and each time a droplet fell, the surface of the earth trembled ever so slightly, as if someone touched another's shoulder. He mixed in some cold tea and salt, saying that daytime carries the scent of sunlight, nighttime carries the scent of water, and salt helps memory not misremember. She asked why he called this brewing dew for the trees. He said dew brings cold to the plant. A little warm water helps the dew not feel lonely like on a dinner table if a bowl still has warmth. Even a silent room feels as though someone is there. She listened, and from that act of brewing dew, a gentleness settled into her heart. He handed her the old cloth and told her to gently wipe each dusty leaf. She did as he said. Each leaf was like a little hand raised in greeting to visitors. At first, she wiped quickly, then more slowly, realizing each leaf was different. One deep green, like a secret story. Another pale green, like a greeting, just learning to speak. When her hand ached, the wind had changed direction. He told her to stop, for now was the time to listen to the garden speak. They sat on the wooden step before the porch. He told her that once he believed he would forever remain alone in this house. That day, his wife passed away on a misty morning, and the birds refused to sing. He sat in that spot all day, and by evening, his hands felt cold, as if laid on stone. When night fell, he heard children's footsteps in the alley, laughter that abruptly stopped. He told himself perhaps they were playing hide and seek. But that sound would not take its usual path, wavering, as if a dream that awaited someone to tell it again. He wished someone would knock, say he was only dreaming. No one ever came. Late that night, he took the kettle, boiled water, poured into a cup, and carried it into the garden to pour at each plant's base. He did this not because the plants were thirsty, but because he felt if something softened in the night, perhaps something in him might soften too. He did this for several nights, then months, and noticed that the wavering sounds gradually found their road home. They no longer asked to enter the house. They would sit outside the porch with him, listening to the dripping water and leaves brushing one another. Then, one night, he suddenly understood he was not trying to make himself less lonely, but learning how to become a good friend to the night itself. The young woman sat very still for a long while, feeling as though she listened to a story with no characters but plant and person. And within those two characters, she saw her own form. She said she had tried many methods to sleep, from counting sheep to switching off every light. But the more she tried, the more awake she became, like someone seeking an exit in a room with no door. He asked when she counted, sheep, did she hear the sheep, or only the numbers? She gave a sad laugh and said, probably only the numbers. He nodded and said, in that case, try counting leaves. Not many, just pick one tree. Place your hand on its base as if greeting it, then look up and find one leaf with a slightly torn edge or a tiny mark. Count that leaf again and again. Each time you count, let it be a breath. If you miscount smile because you have wandered, then return to that same leaf and count with a different breath. Night need not shorten. It just needs a breath a little longer. She stepped up to the chili plant that was blossoming with white flowers and searched for a young leaf near the top. Indeed, there was a mark, like a small bird had touched it with its beak and flown away. She placed her hand at the base of the plant, the warmth from the soil still holding the day's heat passed into her hand. She counted 1, breathe, 2, breathe, and by 7, she forgot. She smiled as the old man had instructed. She began again from 1. The third time, she reached 9, then 12, and realized she no longer wished to continue. Numbers lose meaning once the breath has enough room to rest. In the space between 2 numbers, the night suddenly had a color, like the color of the warm cup of water resting on the wooden table. She withdrew her hand, looked at the little leaf, and felt as though she had just conversed with someone who listens without words. The old man said it was time to try another task. He handed her a short pencil and a piece of brown paper. He said, every night before the dew grows thick, he writes 3 words. They are not 3 things to do, nor 3 wishes. They are just 3 words he places on his chest, as he would place 3 small stones on the ground. Enough weight to hold a cloth from flying off. Sometimes he writes the name of a scent, like the smell of kitchen smoke mingled with clothes. Sometimes he writes the name of a sound, like water falling from the tile gutter onto the stone tray. Sometimes he writes the name of a person, not to call them here, but to remind himself that one part of him was once warmed by that person. He said, if she wished tonight, she could write. She took the pencil and wrote on the brown paper 3 short words. She wrote the name of a tree-lined street, the name of a soup her mother cooked on rainy days, and the name of a laugh she had not heard for a long time. She folded the paper and placed it on her chest, feeling as if a light hand rested there, not pressing, just keeping her breath from drifting away. They returned to the porch's wooden step. He spoke of another habit. Whenever a night feels too long, he does not force it to shorten. He divides it into 4 passages by 4 small acts. The first passage is listening. He sits quietly, does nothing, allowing his ears to choose a single sound. It might be water dripping, a clock ticking, or the sound of his palm brushing his pants. The second is shedding. He writes down 3 things he is holding inside, then erases one. Not because it is unimportant, but because the night cannot carry more than 2. The third is cleansing. He takes a sip of water, wets his face with cool water, then dries it gently as one dusts the day's dust from a brow. The last is placing. He turns off the light, lies on his side, places a hand on his belly, and makes a brief promise to greet the morning. He says each passage needs only that much. However long the night, it will pass if you know how to take it in 4 steps. The young woman listened and felt those 4 passages like 4 chairs arranged along a corridor, each enough to sit for a moment, then rise and walk on. She said perhaps she would try. He nodded without urging. They sat a while more in silence, like people waiting for a thin cloud to depart from the moon's face. She asked why he knew how to wait that way. He smiled softly as a breeze touching one's ear, saying he learned from the dew. Dew never knocks loudly. It arrives with the breath of the garden. When cold is too much, it settles into droplets. When light is enough, it dissolves. No one tells it to come or go. It comes by listening to the earth, leaves by listening to the sun. Humans can learn that too, to hear their hearts, know when to stop, when to step, when to place a hand on a leaf without speaking. Night sank deeper. From afar came the rare sound of a passing vehicle. Then silence again. The old man stood and said it was time to wash the ladle. He washed slowly, dried it, and hung it on a nail near the door, like hanging a bell with no sound. He cleaned the basin, closed the lid of the rain barrel, and pulled in the door to shield against drafts. The young woman stood feeling a new quietness inside, not pressed by sleep, but a warm emptiness, like a room just dusted and opened to the breeze. She thanked him for a night with work for her hands and a path for her breath. He said she might rest in the wooden bed in the small back room. The sparrows would call her in the morning, as they always called him. She nodded. In the small room, the wooden bed lay near a window, a thin curtain, and the scent of old wood, like the smell of a well-read book. She placed her 3 words under the pillow, not in hopes of something magical, but to know that she had placed down the small stones that held the cloth. She turned on her side, hand on her belly, as he had shown. Outside, the sound of water dripping into the stone tray remained regular. The rustle of leaves, like pages of a book, turning ever so softly. She counted the leaf of the chili tree one more time, then ceased counting. She thought of the words she had written, the laugh, the road, the soup. All rose, then blurred, then merged like dew, dissolving into the wind. When she drifted into sleep, the old man pulled a thin blanket over his knees, leaned against a wooden column, listening to the garden as one listens to an old friend recount a recent story. At dawn, the wind shifted. The scent of damp earth mingled with the scent of lime leaves in the corner of the yard. The young woman awakened to the echo of a droplet falling into the stone tray. That sound suddenly felt like someone gently knocking on the door of her heart, neither hurried nor pressing. She walked to the porch and saw the old man standing, watching the sun filter through the roof tiles. He handed her a cup, again, boiled rainwater. He asked if she had slept. She said she had slept like a leaf fallen into the river silently. He smiled and said the night had learned to embrace her, just as the trees learn to drink dew. She thanked him, saying she must continue her journey tonight. But from now on, she would carry a little garden in her coat pocket. A garden with just a single leaf to count a sip of warm water and 3 words to place upon her chest. Before she departed, she asked permission to walk around the garden. She touched each plant's base, like someone saying goodbye to dear friends. No words, but gratitude flowing like water into soil. She lingered longest by the chili plant, gazing at the little leaf with its tear of a mark. She realized that mark was no longer a wound, but a sign to recognize one another. She folded the old cloth neatly and placed it back where she first picked it up. The old man opened the gate and peered along the alley. The morning light made dew-spun webs shine. He said nothing further, only wished she would always find a porch of her own when night came. On the road leaving the garden, she saw the town waking slowly, as though someone pulling back a cover from sleepy eyes. The faux shop at the corner released wisps of steam. The smell of scallions drifted from the kitchen door. The sound of brooms sweeping the yard was dry and sure. She stepped on cracked bricks, and her heart felt light, like a seed freshly placed into a small hole and buried. She thought of the night to come, of the leaf, of the 4 passages he had taught. She knew when night comes calling, she will have a task for her hands, a place to rest her breath, a word to place on her chest. She no longer demands the night to shorten. She only wants it to pass like an old acquaintance who speaks little places, a cup of warm water on the table, then sits in silence. Years later, after wandering far, she once returned in search of the old mossy alley. The garden was still there, but the gate had been replaced with new wood. The chili plant was gone, replaced by a trellis of green beans reaching upward like questions that had learned to stand tall. They said the old man had passed on one cold, early season morning to rejoin his companion. She was not sad. She stood before the gate a long while and sensed something still remained, like the echo of the stone tray still heard even when the tray is gone. She placed her hand on the fence, closed her eyes, and in her heart, the leaf with its little tear reappeared. She counted a slow breath, then another, and smiled, feeling a gentle hand rest upon her chest, keeping the old 3 words at peace. From that time onward, in any city she visits, whenever a night feels too long, she brews a cup of warm water, opens the window to let in the breeze, finds a leaf in a potted plant by the window, writes 3 words on a piece of brown paper, then places it on her chest. She does not need to call to the garden, nor remember clearly the old man's face. She merely performs small acts for her hands, for her breath, for having company with the night. And the strange thing is, each time she does this, the footsteps in her heart slow their pace. She feels the dew arrive and depart within her, as it did in that garden so long ago. She no longer wonders why night arrives. She simply whispers in her heart, as one would to an old friend, "Night, if you come stay here for a while. I have warm water, a leaf to count. When dawn comes, we will walk together." If anyone asks her whether she found a way to heal loneliness, she often tells the story of the one who brews dew for trees. She says there are no miracles apart from very small acts. She says the night is not a road you must run through quickly, but a room with chairs and leaves that guide us to count. Sometimes she adds that there are sounds you do not need ears to hear, like water dropping into a stone tray, like a cloth brushing over a leaf's surface. The listener may not understand immediately, but that night, if they try placing their hand on the base of a small plant, a whole garden may emerge, one that has long been waiting for a hand that knows how to greet. And in that moment, loneliness ceases to be a shadow at the door. It steps in, sits down, and listens alongside us to the dew touching the roof. Story 2. The Keeper of the Borrowed Heartbeat. Library. In a riverside town stood an old brick building, silent at the corner of a street where 2 rows of plane trees touched one another. By day, few noticed it, for its door was always shut, and its wooden sign had faded. But when night came and the streets emptied, that building would crack open one window, revealing a warm halo of light. People called it the Library of Borrowed Heartbeats. The keeper of the library was a man past the midpoint of life, tall and thin, with prematurely graying hair and a voice low as dry wood. He lived alone in the ground floor room, and slept in the attic above. Each evening, when the wall clock struck a familiar hour, he would pull a chair close to the window, place a brown-covered ledger upon a table, and wait. Not for someone to borrow a book, but for stray heartbeats to come asking shelter overnight. One night, a young man lingered on the porch before knocking. He looked as though he had just left a party more raucous than he intended. His dress shirt was creased, his shoes dusted by the path along the river. When the door opened, the scent of old paper and dried ink wafted out like rain that had run out. He bowed his head in greeting as someone who arrives late. The librarian invited him in with a gesture gentle as placing a leaf on water. The room had fewer books than a typical library, but had wooden boxes stacked in rows. Each box had a little compartment bearing a numbered tag. On the wall hung a round clock, and below it sat a long, narrow wooden box with a slot like a mailbox opening. By the window was a bin of white rice draped with a thin cloth, and atop that bin sat a wooden bowl holding 12 smooth, round pebbles. The young man asked, "Is this a place for borrowing books?" The librarian offered a slight smile and said, "This library lends heartbeats." He said that anyone whose night stretches too long may come borrow a steady, warm beat, like borrowing a small lamp into a dark room. The young man laughed awkwardly, thinking he had misheard. The librarian pushed a chair closer and placed before him an old black stethoscope, its rims worn. He said before borrowing anything from the library, each person must return the thing they have dropped. Many, when entering darkness, lose the steady beat without realizing. Now place the stethoscope on your left wrist. Listen for a while and count. The young man complied. The beat was faint and hurried, like someone rushing for a late train. He counted to 40, then lost track. The librarian said, "That was fine if you lose track, smile, and begin again." He counted again, but still got lost. The librarian said, "We will lend you a different beat, temporarily, to guide your own back home." He led him past the row of wooden boxes, explaining that each box holds a heartbeat gifted by insomniacs. They come, stay one night, then leave behind a peaceful beat in the box as a gift to the next visitor. He opened the box, marked 7. Inside was a small cloth tape roll and a note telling a brief story. A woman had spent 20 sleepless nights hearing an elevator in her mind. On the 21st night, she sat by the library window, watching rain, silently calling to the trees she had tended all season. Her heartbeat gradually steadied again, like raindrops hitting the tiles. She placed that heartbeat in the box for the next person. The librarian did not hand the box to the young man immediately. Instead, he set it on the table and pointed to the rice bin. He explained that this place has a well of stones. Every time someone comes to borrow a beat, they drop a pebble into the well, not to make wishes, but to hear the sound of departure. Because the silence of long nights turns into a thin dust covering the voice of the heart. The pebble cleansed the path back. The young man took one pebble. It felt cool and smooth like a stone long submerged. He lifted the cloth and dropped the pebble into the rice. The soft fall sounded like a word placed without a period. He was surprised that the sound entered him not through his ears, but through his chest. The librarian told him to place his right hand on the bin's lid for a minute and breathe in slowly. The young man did so and felt his head loosen as though he had removed a tight hat. The librarian wrote something in the ledger and closed it, calling it the borrowing slip. But not yet complete, the young man needed to learn how to guard the borrowed beat. The librarian guided him up to the attic. There was a small room with just a wooden armchair and a yellow desk lamp. He taught him a ritual called reading the blank page. He handed him a thick, blank ledger whose pages were all empty. He said each night before sleeping, open a random page. Look at it, as though gazing at still water. Count 3 breaths, then close the page. A blank page is a friend to darkness because it does not demand writing. It only invites quiet sitting. They descended. The librarian opened box number 7 and wrapped the cloth tape around the young man's left wrist, not too tightly, just enough to hug. He said the tape is to remind him that tonight he carries a heartbeat that once helped another. That beat is not his own, but it knows how to guide his own. At home place, your hand on the tape and count. If you lose your way, don't search for a number, search for breath. If still lost, read a blank page. The young man bowed, accepting what felt like a mission. Before leaving, he glanced at the row of boxes and heard within himself a small sound, the pebble dropping earlier in the rice bin. That night, the young man followed exactly what he was told. He sat by the window of his boarding room, turned off the air conditioner, leaving only the faint, distant street sounds. He placed his hand on the tape, counted 1, 2, 3, 4, then forgot. He smiled softly and began again. When he got lost, he opened the blank ledger and read a page. Strangely, that emptiness did not make him feel hollow. It felt light, as though he had set down a bag of stones. He fell asleep without noticing. At dawn, when light touched the edge of the curtain, he opened his eyes and saw the tape still on his wrist. He knew he would return it to the library as he had promised. On nights after that, he came back many times. Sometimes after a long day of work, sometimes after a coffee date that dragged on too long because of stories no one really wanted to tell. Each time he came, he listened to a short story from the slips kept in the heartbeat boxes. There was the story of an old craftsman who made kites. He said the first night he slept soundly in years was the night he asked himself no questions at all. He placed the kite frame on the attic floor and told himself the frame stays there, the wind is outside, and sleep is inside us. There was also the story of a girl who played the violin, afraid of hitting the wrong note every time she performed. She put the violin in its case, crawled under the blanket, and counted along with the ceiling fan. The fan's beat slowed, and she followed it into sleep. There was a story of a baker whose father died in the rainy season. He placed his hand on the flour sack, as if on an old friend's shoulder, slept from midnight until near morning, then woke to bake bread for the neighbors. One evening, an elderly woman came to the library, leaning on a bamboo cane and holding a small cloth bag. She said she wished to return an old heartbeat and borrow a new one for a neighbor suffering from insomnia because her baby cried at night. The librarian listened, then opened box number 11. Inside was a small bell without a clapper. He instructed the old woman to place it gently in her palm and move it slowly to hear the knot ringing. He said to hear that knot ringing helps someone powerless over crying. Understand that some sounds do not need to be silenced. They just need to rest beside an open space. The elderly woman nodded, wrote a line on the new slip, and carried the bell home. A few nights later, she returned and said the baby still cried, but the mother slept in intervals. She left the bell in the same box, adding a thank you on the slip. Over time, the young man grew to understand that the library was not a place to find tricks, but a place where people learn how to enter night differently. The librarian taught another ritual called the night's post office. On the desk was a long wooden box with a narrow slot like a mail slot. He gave the young man 3 small papers and told him that on nights when sleep is difficult, he should write 3 very brief sentences, no more than 5 words each. The first sentence names a small thing done during the day, watering a plant or washing a glass used in the morning. The second names something left undone, calling a friend, finishing a draft. The third writes a short blessing for a stranger whom he will never meet again. Fold them and drop them into the slot. He said, when we send 3 letters with no recipient, we lighten our own hands. Night no longer has to carry the things we have not named. The young man tried it several nights and found that each time he placed the paper into the slot, his mind felt as though a door in his house was closing. One early rainy evening came sooner than expected. The road before the library shimmered under the lamp. The young man arrived later than usual and saw the librarian repairing an old box whose corner had been hollowed by termites. He helped prop the box up with a small, fresh plank, still faintly fragrant with resin. The librarian said, "Heartbeats, too sometimes, have termites. Unnecessary words, fake, busyness noises of machines that never stop. Repairing a box is practicing repairing a habit." They sat in silence together, listening to the rain. He told that years before, when his wife left this world, he nearly shut the library. A longtime friend urged him not to. The friend said that if he no longer kept the door open, long nights would wander the streets like homeless souls. He listened, not because he believed, but because he did not want to betray friendship. A few months later, a boy stood in the rain under the porch and said he wished to borrow his mother's sleep. That moment, he knew the library needed to remain open, and he needed work his hands could do, while his heart relearned how to breathe. The boy's story became a new slip. He brought a faded ribbon once used to tie his mother's hair and tied it to his right wrist before sleeping. He counted by recalling the scent of his mother's shampoo. The heartbeat was not a pounding sound, but a scent that knew its path. After several nights, he slept more peacefully. He brought the ribbon back, placed it in box number 12, and wrote, "If you cannot hear beat, hear scent. If you cannot hear scent, hear the light on the wall. If light is gone, hear the quietness in the palm when you place it on the blanket." Time passed, and the library established small rituals. One was for people who remember too many faces. They would sit by the window panes and clean each square dusting in turn with a cloth provided. After cleaning a pane, they would place a hand on it and whisper a name, then move to the next. When they finished the panes and the names, they knew there was room for sleep. Another ritual was for those afraid of bad news phone calls. They would place the phone into a cloth-lined box and close the lid before sitting. The librarian called that placing the bird back into its nest. The bird needs its nest to wait until morning before it sings again. One summer evening, a troupe of street performers passed through. They performed in the square by day, and having heard of the library, they came by. Among them was a girl who played the accordion. Her melodies appeared bright, but her eyes carried sorrow. She said whenever she stayed in a strange lodging, the sounds of her old life would rise in her, and she could not tell where present ended and past began. the librarian did not speak much. He led her up a wooden ladder to the roof and told her to sit on the topmost step. From there, she could hear the tiles expand and contract when the wind shifted. He called that the sound of a house breathing. He asked her to place her hand on the stair step and hear the house's heartbeat. The house does not remember or forget anyone. Its job is to stand still and shield rain for those sheltered beneath. The girl sat quietly a while, and tears fell without tremble. That night, she slept at the library, and in the morning, she offered a short melody for the wooden boxes. The melody was written by anonymous marks on a slip. A later visitor reading it could hear the tune even if they did not know musical notes. Since his first visit, the young man had slowed. He learned to sit by his lodging window with no music, no news, no conversation. He sat like someone watching a stove burn and listened to its quiet simmer. Once, he asked the librarian whether a day would come when he would not have to borrow a heartbeat. The librarian nodded, saying that day will come when he learns to let his own beat go ahead a step, like turning on the lamp before darkness deepens, rather than waiting until the night is complete. He added that the library does not exist to replace anyone's heart, but to show people that they already have enough chairs, a desk lamp, and blank pages within themselves. Autumn arrived, and the plane tree leaves along the street turned the color of old letters. One late afternoon, the young man returned to return the fabric tape to box number 7. He placed a tiny slip inside, saying he had slept through the longest nights by counting light traveling along the wall from head of the bed to foot of the bed. He added a blessing for whoever would borrow that heartbeat next. As he prepared to leave, the librarian called him back and handed him a small spool of thread. He said, whenever a night wind rushes through too strongly, tie the spool to the doorknob. No need to fasten it tightly, just touch. Because some nights, knowing the door is still there is enough to lessen fear. The young man put the spool into his pocket as if storing a ray of sun. Many more years passed. The young man became a different kind of man. He moved houses several times, changed occupations several times, and sometimes traveled to cities with no old plane trees on street corners. But he kept the habit of sending 3 letters with no recipient into the night post office. Wherever there was no wooden box, he wrote, and placed the slips in a drawer and closed it. Where no bin of rice existed, he dropped an imaginary pebble into an empty bowl and listened for the fall inside his chest. Where no blank pages were present, he gazed into a smooth patch of wall and closed his eyes. When someone asked how he escaped the long, lonely nights, he told of the library of borrowed heartbeats and the gray-haired librarian with the wooden voice. One day, he returned to the old town. The building still stood on the same corner, but the window frame had new glass. The wooden sign was so worn by rain and wind that only a few letters were legible. He stepped inside. In the room sat a young woman, writing in the brown-covered ledger. She looked up to greet him. He asked where the librarian was. She said he had passed away one wintry season in his sleep in the attic. Before leaving, he asked her to keep the library open for some time. And if there came a moment when no one visited, not to feel sad, because the long nights would already know the way home. She pointed to a new box added to the row. It bore number 13. Inside was a faded spool of thread. Beneath it lay a slip in the librarian's familiar handwriting. On it read that this spool is meant for someone who has learned how to tie light to a door handle before night arrives. He stood long before box 13, then gently closed the lid. He thanked the young librarian and stepped onto the porch. Evening fell slowly. The wind from the river blew, carrying the scent of warm water and moss along the embankment. Suddenly, he sensed within his chest a beat steady and soft, like a small boat parting water in the distance. He realized that for a very long time, he had not needed to borrow anyone's beat. But the library still stood there, a reminder that if ever he lost his way, he would know where to sit and listen again. He walked to the riverbank and sat on the stone steps, watching sweeps of light on the water's surface. He took from his pocket the old spool of thread, tied it to a finger, then let his hand drop. The spool touched the breeze and floated gently. He smiled and thought to himself, "Tonight, when I return, I will write 3 letters and place them in a drawer, as I have done for years. I will read a blank page. Then I will turn off the lamp place, my hand on my chest, and listen. There is no need to rush." From then on, whenever anyone asked him for the secret to long nights, he told them, borrow a heartbeat and return one. Borrow. To reach through the first stretches, return to remember. You are not the only one on the road. Drop a pebble into an empty bowl and hear the sound drift downward. Send 3 letters with no recipient and close the drawer. Read a blank page as one gazes upon a still lake. When you perform those small acts, people often realize that peace does not lie somewhere distant, but sits on the chair beside the window, waiting for us to return and open the door with a gentle heartbeat of our own. Story 3. The Night Mender. In a small village by the forest, there was a simple wooden house nestled beside a stream, its roof made of palm leaves, and its walls stained by the passage of time. By day, it was nothing special, just a house with morning kitchen smoke drifting and the sound of water flowing at the hill's base. But at night, when the moon rose and insects began weaving their murmurs into a thick fabric, one might see through a crack in its door a soft golden glow. If one approached, one could hear the sound of a needle meeting fabric, the quiet clicking of thread in the hush. People called the owner of that house the night mender. He was not a tailor, not an artisan, but the whole village knew if someone's dreams were torn, their nights sleepless, or fears creeping between breaths, they would come find him. One August evening, as the sunset spread across the stream, a young woman knocked at his door. She had returned from afar, her eyes dark with fatigue, her arms holding a small cloth bag. When the door opened, she said nothing. She stared at the wooden table where he sat and saw laid before him swatches of fabric in varying shades of smoky blue. He looked up, his smile slow, like the end light of day. He invited her in, poured a bowl of warm water, and told her to sit. He did not ask why she had come. He only said, "If the night within you is torn, sit quietly, so I may see where the tear lies." She laughed gently and said she was simply sleepless. Nothing was torn. He nodded, maintaining that same smile, and said, "Which night has no tear? The only question is whether we dare to shine a small lamp upon it." He then took from a drawer a wooden hoop, stretched over it a thin black fabric. Under the warm light, the cloth shimmered with silver threads like dew. He said that each person who comes leaves behind a small fragment of their night, and his job is to mend those fragments together so that one person's night stitches into another's, making it whole, not severed. She sat watching him work. He took a curved needle, threaded silver thread, and pierced the fabric gently. Each stitch became a slow breath, each thread a calming beat. He said nothing extra, only occasionally looking up to measure the light of night. She asked, "Where do you find those tears?" He replied, "Inside the heart. In nights, when people sit alone between the fan's spin and the clock's ticking, there is a tiny moment, like a thread broken. They hear its sound, like fabric ripping, but no one notices." She fell silent, then said she probably had heard it many times and not understood. He continued mending. The light in the room flickered with each stitch's pace. She saw gradually her heart soften, The fatigue of many nights faded. He said that when a night is mended in the right place, it does not cease to be dark. It becomes deeper, like a quiet well. He placed the cloth on the table and told her to look. On the black fabric, silver stitches curved like little rivers, connecting dark patches into a map. He said this was the map of her night brought to him. Each stitch was a place she once paused in silence, a place she had not stayed long enough. She studied it and saw one stretch still unconnected. He said that stretch could not yet be mended. It waits for its owner to breathe steadily again. He withdrew a small pouch from a drawer filled with threads of many colors, gold like early sunlight, white like dew, violet like late spring blossoms. He said visitors could choose a thread to take home, not to stitch, but to tie on their wrist, to remind themselves that every night carries a little line of light. She chose a pale blue thread. He tied it for her so gently she barely felt it. He said, "Tonight, when you hear your breath falter, place your hand on the thread and imagine you are mending a piece of sky." She nodded, thanked him, and departed under the sound of water flowing over stone. That night, she returned to her small room in town, turned off every lamp, leaving only the open window. A breeze from the river entered, bringing the scent of dampness and moss. She sat watching the thread on her wrist mirror the moonlight. She placed her hand on her chest, inhaled deeply, imagining she was sewing a dark patch within. Each exhale was a stitch through fabric. Each inhale was the thread drawn taut, unbroken. She did not know when she fell asleep, only that in her dreams she saw someone mending under the moon, the needle glinting like a tiny stream. In the days after, she visited his house several times. Every time he was working. Sometimes he mended a large swath of fabric. Sometimes just a small piece, no bigger than a hand. He told of people who brought torn nights because of loss, because they forgot how to speak love, because there was too much light and no place of darkness in which to rest. He said all those pieces, when stitched together, become a new night, and he called it the breathing night. She asked whether he had ever finished mending it. He laughed and said, "Never, because each day more people tear pieces of night without realizing. But he is not sad, because each stitch is also one of his own breaths. While he still mends, he is alive." One late winter afternoon, as thick mist fell, she brought him an old scarf. She said she had slept many peaceful nights, no longer roused by heavy thoughts. He rejoiced and told her she knew how to mend her own night now. She asked if he wanted her help. He handed her a small needle and a piece of cloth. She began to stitch, awkward, yet patiently. He taught her that while stitching, one must not long for the finish. Thinking of the ending causes the hands to tremble and thread to tangle. Instead, think that every stitch only joins breaths together. She did as he said, and time slowed, serene as a lake's surface. They mended together through winter. Each night, when dew gathered, they lit lamps and sat facing each other, silent. When spring arrived, the cloth had grown large. It no longer was pure black, but mottled with green-blue threads of the new stitches. He said that cloth was not meant to hang or be sold. It is the sky of those who once lost sleep. She asked what he would do with it. He said he would release it into the stream behind the house. She was surprised. He said that even the sky must learn to flow, to learn lightness. The night he released it was filled with stars. They carried the cloth to the stream. He placed it on the water's surface. The threads gleamed in the current. The stars above reflected down and merged with the silver stitches. He said as the night floats, it takes along people's sad fragments. And if someday she hears water in a dream, perhaps it is that night drifting under her window. She stood silently, watching the cloth carried away by the stream. A part of her drifted too. Many years later, people no longer saw him in the wooden house. The house stood silent, as though no one ever lived there. But on misty nights, if someone passed the stream, they would see small glimmers under the water, threads of light flickering. People said, that is where the night is being mended. And sometimes, when someone sleepless lies listening to the water, they say they hear someone stitching. Those who once met him all say that after leaving his house, they no longer feared darkness. They know that in every torn piece of night, there is always room for light to slip in. The woman now, with threads of gray, lives in a distant city. But whenever sleep eludes her, she opens her window, takes from her drawer that pale blue thread. She ties it around her wrist, places her hand on her chest, closes her eyes, imagining herself stitching a piece of night. She does not wish for slumber to come quickly. She only hopes the needle moves steadily and the thread does not break. And in silence, she hears distant water, the needle touching cloth, breath, drifting slow. She smiles, knowing that somewhere night is still being mended, piece by piece within the hearts of those who have learned to sit in quiet. She tells her sleepless friends about the night mender, his house by the stream, the drifting cloth. They listen, and a little peace appears in their eyes. She does not know whether they believe, but she knows that whenever she retells it, a new stitch is drawn inside her. And so the story continues, passed from one person to another, like threads of light weaving through long nights. The night remains torn, but it is no longer frightening, for someone knows how to mend it. And perhaps somewhere out there in the sound of water over stone, someone still sits, needle in hand, stitching a little quiet into the world. Story 4. The Wind Measurer in a Bottle. The town lay beside the sea, like a hand gently resting on water. By day, people passed along the seawall, the scent of salt and sunshine mingling, so that those returning from afar recognized it from a distance. At night, the waves became the town's voice, steady, never monotonous, as though someone told a long story, sometimes pausing to breathe. At the far end of the stone road, there stood a small room, nested inside a lighthouse that had ceased to shine. The lighthouse no longer glowed, but it remained upright, like an old man who no longer travels, but likes to sit, watching the world change color. That small room housed a man, living alone. People called him the Wind Measurer in a Bottle. The name sounded odd, but those who came once and heard him speak with the sea understood why. The wooden door to his room opened whenever dusk touched the waterline. Inside, there were none of the seaside objects one might expect. No nets, no anchors, no ship models. Only wooden shelves ran along 3 walls lined with transparent glass bottles. Each bottle was corked with a fabric wick and tied with a delicate, thorny string. A small strip of paper hung from each bottleneck with a short inscription in sepia ink. One bottle read "Wind of Early Season" on the sand ridge. Another read "Wind after rain, while the coconut grove is still wet." Another, "Wind through someone's window at midnight." Beside the shelves sat a simple wooden table on which lay an hourglass, a salt-tinged cloth-bound ledger, and a chipped white ceramic cup. By the window stood a low rattan chair and a small desk lamp. The bulb was not glaring, just enough to cast a warm pool of light over the desktop. One September night, a young man knocked on the door. He worked at the harbor. During the day when ships docked, he had no time to think about himself. But at night, when the horns faded into darkness, only the waves and unspoken words remained by his ear. He had endured many sleepless nights. He had heard townsfolk speak of the small room and its wind-filled bottles, as though they spoke of a distant fable. But that night, he decided to try. The wind measurer opened to him with a smile as thin as water, touching the shore. He did not ask why the man came. He only nodded and invited him to sit by the window. He poured a little water into the ceramic cup, water drawn from the hand pump by the wall, and told him it was old house foundation, water cool in every season. The young man drank a sip and felt a slender, cold thread travel downward, then dissolve. The man rose and touched the row of bottles. His fingers moved very slowly, as though reading each label's words. Finally, he selected a narrow old bottle whose label read, "Wind rising at second watch east of the bay." He placed it on the table, but did not unstop it yet. He looked at the young man and said that each bottle does not contain wind, as people imagine, but rather a memory of wind. That memory is his way of recording the night's pulse. He told him to place the hourglass on the table, flip it so the sand flows, and when the sand is finished, listen to the waves outside for a subtle beat. If he cannot hear it, flip the hourglass again and repeat like someone waiting for an old friend. The young man obeyed. The sand trickled grain by grain, unhurried, producing a soft rustle, almost like silence. As the last grains slipped, he perceived beside his ear a steady beat, not the waves, not his pulse. It resembled someone counting another to sleep, counting very slowly, skipping numbers. The wind measurer then unstoppered the bottle. There was no soft pop or unusual scent, escaping only the faintest disturbance in the room's air, as if someone had stepped inside and stood still in a corner. He said, that moment is when the wind returns to the room to announce it remembers the path back. He drew out the rattan chair and asked the young man to sit with his back against the window frame, facing the sea. He pointed out the few stars visible through the window and told him to pick the faintest one, letting his eyes rest there. Then he asked him to lower his hands, not clasped, not clenched, open, like a boat's hull. Let the waves do their work, and do only one thing. Listen to wind coming and going through the door. Wind entering is one beat, wind exiting is the next. Do not name the beat, do not count. It only recognize it as you would recognize an old acquaintance. The young man did not sleep immediately, but he felt something inside soften. On windy late-season days, he often stood by the ship's side, huddled feeling wind as a cold blanket. Here the wind moved in and out, as though passing a porch, gently without disturbing the cup. He heard the glass bottles on the shelf tremble softly, though untouched, like a fragile wind chime. The wind measurer said, "Wind is the craftsman of darkness. It does not dispel darkness, but carves. It gives it texture. Grain passage. When darkness has a path, the eye stops wandering. He remained still a long time, allowing his words to soak into the floorboards and wooden walls. He told that in his youth he tended the lighthouse's lamp. When storms came from afar, he would climb moist stairs and shield the flame with cupped hands. One night, wind battered the glass windows like incessant knocks. He left that post not because he grew weak, but because he wished to perceive wind more clearly, to hear it speak of homecomings. He then began bottling wind in seasons when people rarely shared news. He believed if one preserves memories of wind, one can bring a small map of night into one's room. The young man set the hourglass aside and twisted the adjustment knob so the sand fell more slowly. The wind measurer smiled and said that was unnecessary. The night was already slow enough. Instead, he gave him the cloth-bound ledger. He instructed that whenever sleep eludes him, he should write 3 lines, as if writing to the wind. The first line names a direction. The second names a scent. The third names a sound. No long phrasing, just the name. The young man wrote east wind, scent of damp rope, sound of wood brushing the key. The man nodded and said, "That is how one ties rope to wind, not to hold the wind, but to know where it travels within oneself." Having written them, fold the ledger and place it on the table to weigh it down. Night will push less. A middle-aged woman entered then. She was a fish merchant from the main market, her face sun-worn, her gaze quiet as receding tide. She said her elder son had gone far away, and every night she lay awake listening for knocks at the door. The wind measurer selected a wide-necked bottle labeled "Wind After Market Hours," when the fish are gone. He opened the bottle. No scent emerged, but she exhaled deeply. He told her to place it on her bedside table each night, and whenever she hears a noise at the door, look into the bottle before rising. She asked why. He said because door sounds are only a small portion of wind. Wind passes through walls. Tree's cloth then arrives at the door. If one listens only at the door, one ignores a long journey. Remembering the journey shrinks the fear. She nodded and carried the bottle home in silence. On some nights, the small room became crowded. Young sailors returned from long voyages. Mothers kept awake by sick children. Strangers unsettled by unfamiliar places. The wind measurer never refused anyone. He taught each a different way to tie wind into their nights. Some received a short, thorny cord and were told to tie it to the door latch before extinguishing the lamp. Some got a seabird feather, asked to place it on the windowsill if it dropped to the floor. Pick it up and replace it without frustration, for that shows a worry has passed the threshold. Some got an empty bottle cap and were told to listen inside for what it holds. Each small ritual was recorded in sepia ink in the cloth-bound ledger, which he called the Learned Wind Book. One winter afternoon, the sea was gray like metal. The wind began to sharpen like a thin blade. The wind measurer hung an earthen bell in the window frame. The bell seldom rang, but whenever it did, the room seemed stretched, a little taut. He explained to the young man that the bell is not meant to warn of storms. The bell is to remind that wind also knows how to bow when entering someone's home. The young man thought of the nights he would return from the harbor, throw open the door, and switch on the light in one swift motion, as though afraid the night might catch him. He resolved to learn to slow down at the door, to place his hand on the doorknob and wait for a whisper of wind, then only turn it. One rare night, without moonlight, the sky was drawn low like a black silk over the water. The young man arrived late because his shift ran long. The wind measurer sat as usual, back leaning against the shelves of bottles, eyes half closed. The young man was about to speak, but the man made a quiet gesture to wait. In a soft breath, he said that there are nights when the wind loses its way, becomes tired, and lies down somewhere offshore. At those times, the sea breathes from its belly rather than its chest. People who endure long nights are alike. When one cannot lift oneself by the hands, one must let the belly do the work. He placed his hand on his own abdomen to illustrate the palm rising and falling like a small boat. The young man followed and realized he had never noticed how the belly brushes air. The waves in his mind receded. A space of calm opened like a ship leaving the dock and the shore suddenly receding. On occasion, he told stories that did not require reply. He said once, a child lost in a night fair stood before this room's door and looked up at the bottles. It asked if any bottle contained a forgotten laugh. He handed it a bottle whose label read, "Wind at midday, quiet, when the tea house is empty." He told the child to open it outside in the courtyard. The child opened it and heard the clothesline wire whistling in the air, heard a wooden door creaking, heard a cat scampering through banana leaves. The child laughed and said its laugh was there. He told the child, yes, the laugh is not in the bottle, but in how you listen to the wind. The child nodded and ran away, leaving on the table a button tied with string. He keeps that button next to the hourglass, like a marker on a map. One cloudy evening, the wind measurer handed the young man an unlabeled bottle. He said, "This is a wind that has not been named." The young man asked why it had not been named. He replied that some nights do not need names. A night needs only a place to sit and a window frame to look out from. He instructed him to bring the bottle home, keep it sealed, place it near the bed. When a thought arises that might pull him from sleep, look at the bottle and silently ask, "Will this thought pass through glass?" If not, allow it to rest. If yes, smile, for it is wind that knows its way. He brought the bottle home, placed it by his bedside. That night, he awoke once because he remembered an undone task. He looked at the bottle and asked inwardly. The thought passed nowhere. He lay down and slept again, as though he had promised the sea morning. Before long, the young man began writing in his own cloth-covered ledger. Each night, 3 lines: wind direction, scent, sound. One night, he wrote south wind. The smell of dried fish hung in the attic. The sound of rope brushing a post. Another night, west. The scent of sweat after hauling nets. The sound of a water barrel lid tapping its rim. Gradually, those 3 lines became a bridge without words. He needed only to put pen to paper. His hand already knew what to write, as wind knows the path through gaps in a house. He slept more. The lines of fatigue on his face softened. Standing on the pier one morning, gazing at the water, he felt as though he read an open book. Then a day came when he had to travel. A new job took him inland to a place where the horizon is blocked by buildings. Before leaving, he visited the small room to bid the wind measurer farewell. The man did not say much. He gave him a small wooden box containing 3 corks. He said, "When the city night feels too thick, place the 3 corks in a straight row on the edge of the table. Once placed, sit down and imagine a sea wall. The breath will do its work. He only needs to watch the flow, watch the wind." The young man nodded and embraced him, as one embraces a teacher who taught him how to speak a language without letters. The distant city held no smell of salt. Upon arriving, he supposed sleep would be even more difficult because of car horns, street lights. But on the first night, when he placed the 3 corks atop his desk, he felt a gentle wind in the room, like a traveling old friend visiting quietly. He wrote 3 lines in his ledger: direction unknown, scent of new paper, sound of elevator doors closing. He placed the book down, looked at a dark gap between two buildings, and slept as though resting on a sandbank after a day with gentle waves. Over the nights that followed, he repeated the little rituals. Sometimes he opened the unlabeled bottle and heard nothing new. That was enough, because hearing nothing new is itself a change from days filled with noise. Seasons passed. Whenever he had opportunity, he returned to the town. The lighthouse stood still. The little room bore a few new scratches on the table, a few new bottles on the shelf. Once he returned to find the door closed. The wind measurer no longer opened it. He was too feeble. The townspeople said he lay on his bed, breathing like a small wave. The young man stood long before the wooden door. In his mind echoed the bell, the hourglass sand brittle paper slips. He was not sorrowful, as he once used to be. He placed the 3 corks on the doorstep in a straight row, then sat on the stone step. The wind passed through his hair and touched the nape of his neck like a greeting. He closed his eyes and thanked his teacher, who had taught him how to count by things without numbers. A few months later, the wind measurer left the town on a foggy morning. Each household opened their doors toward the sea, as though seeing someone slip away around a corner, but knowing that person would still walk beside them in an unseen span. The little room remained. People kept the bottles in their places. Each evening, they tended them, not trying to bottle more wind. They simply read the labels, dust the bottlenecks, and share with new arrivals the way to tie wind into their nights. The cloth-bound ledger sat on the table, its pages turned by new hands. The book recorded that a young man had once placed 3 corks in a city and slept as though hearing the sea. It recorded that the fish seller no longer leapt up at door sounds. It recorded that a child had kept a button tied with string in a pencil box, and when afraid would reach inside, touch it, and calm. The young man continued writing 3 lines, nightly, no matter where he lived. He taught new friends to write direction scent sound. He seldom spoke of the wind measurer because he knew wind does not like being named too often. He only borrowed the old method, placed a ceramic cup on his desk and an hourglass beside it. Anyone visiting would notice and ask. He would smile and say, "It's a way to count without numbers." Some understood immediately. Some needed time. He did not hurry. Wind does not hurry. Night hurries even less. One autumn, he returned and saw on the sea a sliver of light, like a road walking inward to shore. The little room's door stood open. Inside, a young person sat in the rattan chair, fingers brushing the labels, as one studies an ancient script. He entered, greeted quietly, then stood before the bottle shelves. He picked a bottle, labeled wind, receding after market closed. He uncorked it, no hesitation, placed the bottle on the table, and sat silent. In the room, a soft sound stirred, as though fabric brushed fabric. He smiled. Outside, the waves shifted into a longer note. On the table, the hourglass remained. Perhaps someone passing by might flip it, and watch the sand fall. Perhaps that person will write direction south. Scent of dried leaves. Sound of a door opening, then closing. Night broadened, as though it were a house without walls. The wind passed through this room, through the transparent bottles, through the labels, through the cloth-bound ledger, through the hands, old and young, through the doorstep, and the stones of the path, then onward, toward the sea. Perhaps tomorrow, someone will come, place 3 corks neatly on a table's edge, and let the breath do its work. Perhaps someone in a city will open the unlabeled bottle in a room lit by street lights, and realize that one need not hear anything new, only accept that the wind has passed through. And thus the long nights learn their way home. No need to wake anyone, only need a window cracked open and a rattan chair ready. The wind will do the rest as it always has from the time no one dared think to measure wind in bottles. The 5th story. The man who combs. Moonlight on the steps. The hillside town had slopes that curved like stitches sewn into the earth. Houses clung along the rising ground, and old mossy tile roofs looked like hands resting on one another's shoulders. During the day, the hawkers' cries and children's laughter rose from narrow alleys, and the scent of green tea drifted through open windows. As evening came, sunlight slipped slowly from the walls, and the shadows of eaves stretched out like sentences left unfinished. At night, the town became hushed, but never dark, like a room still warm after the fire has died. Where a steep lane met a small square, there was a 1-story wooden house. Before its porch lay several flat stone steps, and whenever the moon rose, a streak of light would run along the edge of the tiled roof and land on one of the steps. Locals called the homeowner the one who combs moonlight on the steps. He lived alone, his hair white and his eyes gentle like spring well water. Every night at the moment the moon appeared, he would bring out a wooden comb, a basin of water, and a clean, laundered cloth, and he would sit on the top step. He would not scrape the stone he combed the streak of light, as if moonlight were the long hair of the night that needed smoothing before everyone went to sleep. A young woman from the city had spent many nights without sleep. The words on the screen where she worked by day still danced inside her head when she lay down, like street lamps not turned off at midnight. She heard people say that if one went to see the man and the steps, one might untangle a small L in one's heart. She was skeptical, but one night, under a crescent moon, she came. The slope in front of his house was gentle, and on both sides sat flower pots of petunias, now fading their remaining scent, light like a late summer apology. She stood at the courtyard edge, watching him place the basin of water just where the streak of light touched the step, then bend to comb with his wooden comb. Each time the comb passed, the water's surface trembled in a thin ripple, and the streak of light seemed to shift slightly, then settled back. She greeted him quietly and asked permission to sit and watch. He nodded and placed a low stool beside her. He did not ask why she could not sleep. He only said if she liked, she could raise her hand and place it on the stone step where the moon's glow still felt warm. She did as he said, and to her surprise, the stone step was indeed a bit warm. He smiled and said those steps where people often sit retain a bit of daytime sun. At night, they are not as cold as one might think. She asked why he combed moonlight. He replied that long ago a boy lived in that house, and each night he slept soundly when he watched the streak move slowly across the steps. But one long rainy season, the streak shattered because the roof tiles leaked, and the boy could no longer sleep. He replaced the roof tiles, then combed the streak back into a smooth line. The boy grew up and left, but the habit of combing moonlight stayed and became his way to soothe himself whenever nights held too many thinking thoughts. He combed slowly and steadily. The sound of the comb brushing the air resembled the rustling of thin pages turning between two volumes. The woman said she had tried many methods. She turned off all screens early, drank warm water, counted each breath. But her mind remained like a busy street at the end of the workday. He listened without comment, then told her to look at the second step from the top. He said that step bore a slight depression where people often placed their hand. He asked her to rest her hand on that hollow, and with her thumb trace a very small curve following that hollow. Repeat it 3 times. She did so, and felt as though she had knocked on a door inside a house. He said that was the way to ask permission of the step to let her sit quietly, like asking a temporary place for her mind. The hill wind passed gently and shifted scents by hour. Early evening, it smelled of high leaves, later of damp earth, and near midnight, the smell of the basin's water rose more clearly. He said each scent was a short story of the night, and if one were willing to listen, they would find the one that would guide sleep in. He folded a small cloth and told her to dip it in the water, wring it lightly, and place it on her thigh. The cool water lowered the tension in her knees, like tuning a tightened string back to its peg. He continued combing. His eyes followed the comb's path rather than looking up at the sky. She followed his motion, realizing night could quiet itself through a very small act so long as hands had something to do and the mind got to rest. He told her that once a middle-aged man sat there many nights because he missed his mother. He neither cried nor spoke, just sat in silence. The man was given a cloth, a basin, another comb, and told to comb alongside him, each combing a streak. They combed side by side until the streaks met in the middle of the step. That night, the man slept right on the porch, his head resting on his arm, a gentle smile still on his lips. The woman listened and didn't ask more. She only felt a soft place open in her throat. He told her it was now her turn. He handed her the comb. At first, her hand was clumsy. Her combing did not follow the streak, but wandered into shadow, the combing line uneven. He did not correct her. He just said, whenever her hand drifted, she should think of it as a thought that took a wrong path and invite it to sit down. She combed a few more times. The strokes grew rounder, and the streak stopped moving. He said that was good enough. He set down his comb and closed his eyes to listen. She closed her eyes, two hearing neighbors, closed doors, a cat leaping from one rooftop, wind passing through a clothesline, turning it into a thin whisper. The water in the basin lay still, like an unspoken answer. She opened her eyes slowly and saw that the streak of moonlight had shifted slightly, now lying closer to the top step. He asked which words she carried inside that made noise. She meant to enumerate the messages, unanswered, the plans clinging to her sleeve, but he raised a gentle hand and said she need not tell. He told her to choose 3 meaningless words in her mind, words she found beautiful when read slowly, not about right or wrong. She read them inwardly, as though dropping 3 small pebbles into the basin of her heart. The night changed, or perhaps her heart did. He spoke another ritual before sleep. She should pick an invisible step in her room, perhaps the edge of her bed, perhaps the edge of a rug, perhaps the line of moonlight on the wall. She should use her hand to comb that line 3 times slowly and evenly, as though combing the path that leads sleep into the house. She nodded. He stood, rinsed the comb in the basin, laid it on the cloth to drain, then poured the water from the basin onto the lowest step. The water ran very slowly, leaving a thin, wet trail. The moonlight slipped along that wet path, turning into a slender blade of light. He said that was how he escorted the moon down the steps so it would not fall. Then he laughed like an old man teasing a child. She laughed too, realizing the smile warmed her ears like a soft cap. In the nights that followed, she returned. Not every night did he speak. Some nights they sat in silence, combing, then simply listening together. Some nights, a neighbor would come, a woman carrying a basket of picked water spinach, set down the basket and lean against a porch column. She said her son had been working night shifts and she had trouble sleeping. He handed her a second comb, saying each person should comb one step. She choose a lower one, he choose a higher one, and their streaks of light connected by the two combed paths meeting in the middle. She combed slow and steady, like a mother's voice, reading aloud the day's completed tasks to lull a child. Later, she said that most nights she did not even need to comb. Just looking at the steps was enough, because the steps remembered her hands. Once a student came before an exam. His eyes were red from sleepless nights. He was not allowed to comb right away. He was asked whether he carried a ruler. He pulled out a plastic ruler. He was told to place the ruler on the step such that one end aligned with the streak of light. He did so. He was told that each time he read a section, he should shift the ruler by a speck of dust, then look at the streak of light again. That night, he did not study. He just moved the ruler and looked at the streak as if it were a slow, solvable problem. Next morning, he returned, saying he had slept a full sleep for the first time in weeks. He returned the ruler to him, like returning a notebook. The town kept its rhythm through the seasons. In early winter, thick frost made the moon's streak dim, but he still combed. He said when it was dimmer, one must comb more evenly, like gently combing. Wet hair requires patience. In the rainy season, he pushed the basin further back to avoid drips from the roof. Once the roof leaked, the streak of light shattered like a broken mirror. He borrowed tiles from neighbors, replaced them, and then combed more thoroughly than usual, combing until the streak found its original form. The young woman was far away that time, but every night she combed along the invisible step at her bedside, sensing a long thread connecting her room to his porch. The nights felt shorter. Unanswered messages lay quiet as uncollected leaves. She learned to sit at the edge of her bed for a few minutes without any thought, watching the lights line on the wall drift slightly and nodding as if greeting someone walking slowly. One late night, he gave her a small handkerchief embroidered with a delicate white line at the edge. He said it once belonged to an elderly lady, long past when she was alive. She used it to wipe a small teaching board in a little class held on the porch. He told her to keep it, but never use it for wiping anything. Just place it at the head of her bed, for sometimes having an object carrying the memory of clasped hands is enough to guide the night to slow down. She accepted it, slipped it into her inner pocket. That night, she spread the embroidered handkerchief at her pillow's edge and combed along the embroidered line 3 times. Sleep came like a well-fed cat curling up by her feet. Someone asked him why such a simple activity could rescue someone from a long night. He answered that the comb or basin was no miracle. What mattered was giving the hands a gentle duty at the right moment. When the hands are busy, caring, the mind stops locking itself in repeating hallways. He added that the steps taught a lesson. Over time, they teach how to wait without impatience. The moon must travel in stages, arriving at this step, then moving to the next. We only need to be there and straighten the moon's path, as if helping a friend smooth the fold of their coat before entering a house. In spring, the jasmine tree by the porch burst into white blooms. The fragrance slipped into night like a thin stream. The young woman moved to a small garret on the town's edge. Her room's window looked down upon an old corrugated roof. Each evening, the shaft of light through her curtain wasn't the same as his steps, but she still combed in the air with her hand. Some nights, she felt tired and forgot. That night stretched longer, but no longer fierce. In the morning, she opened her window for sunlight, placed the embroidered handkerchief on the sill, and smelled jasmine brushing the edge of the cloth like a greeting. She smiled, telling herself that every night one could begin again. Then, one night of heavy rain, she heard slow footsteps on the slope. Someone was guiding an elderly person to his porch. The old man sat down, breathing heavily, his eyes glistening as if many seas lay within them. His son said that these days he hardly slept. Whenever he lay down, he saw distant rooms. He placed the basin of water near the old man's feet and told him to dip a finger in the water, then touch the streak of light 3 times. He did. He looked at the streak as one does at a long-known friend. He was told to name 3 rooms he wished to keep within himself. He named the old kitchen, the hallway with the wedding photo, the study room with the blackboard. Then he fell silent. The rain and wind stilled somewhat, as if hearing his call. That night, he slept on the porch, the sun leaning on a column, eyes wet, but not crying. Sometimes she returned late to find him still sitting there. On some nights, he coughed faintly, his voice more fragile. She bought him cough medicine. In return, he insisted she drink a cup of hot ginger water. They teased one another with slow words. One morning, he said he had to go downtown for a medical checkup the next day. He asked her to comb the streak for him that evening. She nodded, feeling both worry and warmth at being entrusted with the little key of night. That night, she brought basin and comb out and combed, as he had taught, slow and even. Neighbors passing by all nodded, as if they knew the night was being tended. When she finished combing, she poured the water onto the low step, watched the streak slip a notch, then settle. She placed the comb on the cloth and thanked the streak in her mind, like thanking a friend who had sat beside her. He was away for several days and then returned. He said the doctor said he was fine, but had to rest earlier now. He laughed, saying, "Resting is another way to comb into the remainder of the day so it does not get tangled." She understood. Thereafter, she combed in his place on nights when he was too tired. Children in the neighborhood imitated. They used small sticks to comb the light on their walls, combing while telling stories of a paper fish or a kite made from old notebook pages. The adults did not interfere. They stood back and smiled. On one full moon night, the square glowed like it had been sprinkled with salt. He laid a mat on a lower step so that people could sit. A group of travelers stopped by, surprised by the town's curious tradition. They asked whether they could take photos. He shook his head gently, saying to keep the image in the eye, only because moonlight does not like being framed. They respected him and sat down, each placing a hand on the step they chose. The night passed with no noise except the united breathing of many people. When they rose, everyone said they felt as though a sack of pebbles had been lifted off their shoulders. Time still moved, as it always does, not slowing for anyone. But from the day she learned to comb moonlight, the young woman seldom felt night as a long corridor with no exit. Even in unfamiliar places, she would find some streak of light, place her hand on it, and comb 3 times. She told faraway friends about the moonlight comber. Some imitated by combing a small beam on their bedsheet. Some combed the shadow of a plant pot. Some merely placed their hand on an edge of a table and imagined a step. They messaged her that it did not make one sleep immediately, but brought a nod from the inner realm. And after that nod, sleep would find them once ready. One very early morning, before the rooster crowed, she saw him sitting on the steps, his hand on the comb, but not combing. He said that last night, a long dream traveled through him in which the steps stretched all the way to the foot of the clouds, and he combed endlessly without reaching the end. He laughed, saying, "Life is like that, not to comb till the very end, but only to comb up to where one is sitting." She nodded, looking at the streak of light thinly wrapped by dew, thinking of all those nights past like strokes of a comb over time. She told him thank you for giving her a task for her hands to do when her heart wanted silence. The story of the moonlight comber spread to other towns. In some places, people combed streetlight beams, in others, the streaks beneath tree shade, elsewhere into river waters on still nights. But here, in his small wooden house, the steps remained. The steps, the comb remained. The comb, the basin remained the basin. No elaborate ritual, no grand words. Just a regular act each night when moonlight touched the roof's edge. People came and went, grew weary, then less weary, remembered, then forgot. They learned to ask permission of the steps with a small curve of the finger to pour water, sending the streak down a step to set the comb on the cloth and smile. Night was no longer a stranger. Night became a companion, sitting beside the mat, knowing when to draw back so one could rest one's head, knowing when to step forward so one would not feel emptiness. And at some point, when the young woman had grown calm enough to pass many seasons without counting, she sat by herself on the porch and combed. He rested earlier now. The hillside wind wrapped around the porch like a thin cloak. She heard the clothesline tapping a post, distant dogs calling one another, the soft ticking of a clock inside. She combed until the streak gathered on the first step where all stories begin. She poured the water down the low step as he once did, placed the comb on the cloth, and silently spoke to the steps without words. Night suddenly revealed itself like a relative. She stood, went inside, placed the embroidered handkerchief at her pillow's head, combed the line 3 times, then lay down. The room was silent, like a gentle nod of time. Outside, the steps still held the warmth of hands that had once sat there. In her sleep, she saw a streak of light follow her down a long slope, slow enough, and she followed with light shoulders and a light heart, as though she had just combed the hair of night itself. The 6th story, the one who lights incense for memory. The village lay in a low valley surrounded by gentle hills and a bamboo forest standing in tidy rows like pens planted in the earth. The road into the village wound through harvested rice fields, the scent of dry straw mixing with wood smoke, and the sound of a stream trickling over stone slabs. At the village's edge, where an old kapok tree stood, there was a little house with yellow clay walls and a tiled roof of ups and downs. On its porch always sat a low wooden table bearing a ceramic incense holder. Beside it, a matchbox and a bundle of incenses already thinly stripped. The villagers called the house's owner the one who lights incense for memory. He lived quietly, speaking little. Every dusk he would light one stick, not praying, not bowing, just watching the smoke drift through the dusk light, as though talking to something only he could see. One late autumn day, a young man came. He had returned from the city after years swallowed by traffic noise and cold screen light. He came seeking the man, having heard that burning incense here might lighten the heart, though no one quite understood what he actually did with incense smoke and memory. As the young man crossed the threshold, half of the incense fragrance lingered. The room smelled of old wood and the warm breath of earth. The man sat at the table, his eyes gazing ahead, holding an old lighter, but he did not light it. On seeing his guest, he simply smiled and motioned him to sit. He poured a cup of light tea and told him to drink first, then speak. The young man said that lately he had been waking in the middle of the night, as though an unnamed call yanked him awake. He did not dream anything clear. When he opened his eyes, his heart was empty. He could hear the wind, yet he felt as tired as if he had walked all night. The older man listened without interruption. When the young man finished, he rose, went to the table, and took out 3 incense sticks. He asked the young man when was the last time he smelled incense. The young man paused, then replied that perhaps it was at his grandmother's funeral. The man nodded, saying that indeed it had been a long time. He said lighting incense was not only for the dead, but also for what we have forgotten. Some memories, if not honored with incense, will rust like metal abandoned to rain. Today, he said, we will light an incense for your memory. He placed 3 sticks into the ceramic holder, lit one, and instead of handing it to the young man, left it on the table's center. The smoke was fine and steady, rising, then turning gently with the breeze. He told him to look into the smoke and in his mind call the name of someone who once made him feel peaceful. No need to speak it, just think it. The young man did, and saw in his heart the face of his grandmother, who would rest her hand on his shoulder when he studied. The man told him to hold that image for a moment, then watch where the smoke went. The smoke flickered in a swirl then drifted to the left toward where late sunlight touched the clay wall. He said that when a memory finds its direction, it becomes smoke. But when the smoke circles around itself, it means we hold too tightly. The young man watched, seeing the smoke dissolve slowly, as though something was loosening. He told of others who came not to remember, but to forget. Some light incense for an old love, for a dream not fulfilled, for words of apology never sent. Each stick is a fine thread linking one's heart to time. When it burns, we neither clutch nor release. We simply allow the smoke to rise straight. Someone once asked why he did not pray. He answered that praying is wanting, while lighting incense is listening. Each wisp of smoke is a very soft voice of memory. And when we listen, we intuit what we need. The young man asked whether sometimes smoke fails to rise. The older man nodded. Yes. On windless days when one's heart is too full, smoke lingers unable to escape, like breath trapped. In such times, he does not force it. He opens a door for wind to enter and waits. Wait until the smoke knows its path. People are like that too when the heart is heavy. Do not try to clear it immediately. Just open a door. Maybe read a line of poetry. Sip tea. Walk around the porch. When you return, the smoke has dispersed, and your heart feels lighter. One afternoon, the young man returned. The older man was crushing small bits of wood in his palm, the fragrance filling the house. He told him he was making a new incense called memory incense. This incense was for memories one has not dared look straight at. When lit, it burned very slowly, its scent like earth after rain. He handed one stick to the young man and told him to place it in the holder and light it. The smoke rose in two streams, then merged, curling like a written stroke. He said that if one looked closely, they would see smoke writing what cannot be spoken. The young man didn't see letters. He only felt a door in his heart slowly open. The older man smiled and said, "That's okay. Sometimes memory is shy. It only wants to be near us for a while." He said each person has a corner inside that has never been kindled, not because it's forgotten, but because it is feared. In that corner, accumulate things seemingly small as dust. But when dust piles up, breathing becomes hard. He told how, when he was young, he had lost a close friend on a forest trip. They got separated in mist. He returned, the friend did not. For years, he did not dare light incense, fearing to call back what could not be sent off. Until one day, while cleaning his house, he found the lighter the friend once used. He set it on the table, lit a stick, and prayed nothing. When the smoke went straight, he knew that memory had accepted being touched. From then, he stayed in this village, lighting incense each dusk, not for others, not even for himself, but for time. The young man asked how one knows which memory to light. He said, "It is easy notice what surfaces that we do not want to remember. That is what is knocking." He taught him a method every night before sleep. Close your eyes and consider whether a moment today made your heart falter, even for a second. Perhaps someone looked at you a bit too long, or you heard a familiar call in the crowd. Do not brush it aside. Imagine lighting a small stick of incense for that moment, letting smoke brighten and vanish. No explanation, no naming. After time, those imagined sticks will align themselves, and the heart will feel lighter. One rainy afternoon, a gaunt woman arrived, her clothes soaked. She brought a small cloth bag containing old yellowed letters. She said she dared not burn them, yet could not keep them. The man opened the bag, placed each letter on the table, lit a stick, and asked her to light with him. As the smoke rose, he said each letter was a word unfinished. The smoke would read the rest. She sat trembling hands. When the incense burned out, he told her to take the letters out back, not to burn them, but set them beneath a tree root and cover with dry leaves. She did. When she returned, she wept not loudly, but like rain flowing over the edge of a roof. He sat quietly, letting smoke drift between them. The young man watched, feeling an unfamiliar stirring, as though he too was being kindled alongside someone. Since then, the young man lit incense nightly. At first, one stick near the window. Gradually, he kept a small incense holder, hand-selecting agar wood, grinding, rolling, drying. Each night, he wrote 3 short words on a paper, placing them next to the holder, changing them each night. Some nights, he wrote a name. Some nights, a scent. Some nights, just the word smoke. Over time, he found sleep coming more easily. When he awoke, he no longer felt emptiness, but as though he had just walked past a wind-blown field. He realized it was perhaps lighting incense for memory that helped him reposition his heart. The next season, kapok flowers bloomed bright red at the alley entrance. The older man told him that when kapok petals fall, do not sweep them immediately. Pick one flower and place it in the unfinished incense holder. Kapok petals have the color of fire. They teach smoke how to blaze without burning. He did so, discovering that when the flower wilted, it held a strangely sweet scent. The older man said that scent was the smell of time because it only appears when one is patient. Since then, whenever a kapok flower dropped, he thought of the memories that needed tending with patience. One day, the older man told him to come early. When he arrived, the man was clearing the table. He said, "Today they would not light incense for a person, but for the wind." The young man was surprised. He said, "Wind also carries memory, only it cannot hold a shape." They would light so that the wind would know it has a resting place. He lit 3 sticks, placing them tilted toward the valley where the breeze usually blew. The smoke shot upward swiftly, then looped once around the holder before dissipating. He smiled, saying, "See, wind too has its way home." Later, the older man grew frail, but he still kept the ritual each dusk. One evening, he forgot to strike a match. The young man hurried to help. He said, "Lighting incense is not the work of hands, but of breath. As long as the heart is bright, the flame will not go out." One morning, the young man came to find the incense holder empty, no new sticks. The man told him that day they would rest, because memory also needs peace. He gazed out into the yard where the wind stirred kapok blossoms and said, "Perhaps it was time to pass this duty on." The young man understood and bowed, accepting. From that day on, the older man left rarely. The young man took over every evening he lit incense. People still came, some sat for long, some stayed briefly. He asked no questions. He only guided them to watch the smoke, to listen. Some said when the smoke vanished, they heard a voice calling their name. Some smelled the scent of old clothes. Some just smiled and left. He did not know whether they slept better, but he believed they had lightened a bit. When summer came and wind was shallow, smoke rose straight. The young man recalled the older man's words. Lighting incense is listening, not calling. He lit 3 sticks, one for a person, one for wind, one for memory. When smoke dispersed, he thought he saw in it a figure, the older man, sitting by the table, smiling as on the day he first came. He did not cry. He bowed long, then wrote on a small paper 2 words, "Thank you." He placed them beside the incense holder. In time, the villagers still called that house the home of the one who lights incense for memory, though that person was now the young man. He preserved the old custom, but did not repeat everything exactly. He replaced the incense bundle, changed the ceramic holder, but kept his gaze toward the valley. When silver smoke drifted, he quietly said, as the old man used to go, then return, and smoke would go softly, thinly, but enough to link the things that seemed distant. One day, a little girl visited. She said her father had been gone many years, but each night she still saw him in dreams sitting by the window. He gave her 3 incense sticks, taught her how to light and watch the smoke. As smoke rose, she said she vaguely saw the silhouette of a man sitting and smiling. He offered no explanation, just told her that if the feeling brought peace, hold on to it. The girl bowed, thanked him, and left, leaving behind a warm smile. He sat by the table, lit another stick, and watched smoke drift through the evening light. In that moment, he understood his old teacher's saying, "Lighting incense for memory is also lighting for days ahead, so each person entering the night has a little thread of smoke to guide them home. When night falls, the valley again sinks into the gentle scent of incense. The little house at the village's edge stands quiet among smoke, wind, and memory. No prayers, no bells. Only smoke rises, then fades, and hearts pass through, then return, as though that very smoke whispers to them that memory, even past, always knows the path home. The 7th story. The Guardian, Postmaster of Sleep. The town in the valley folded itself in every evening like a letter, read and sealed. Sloping streets cast people's shadows down against white walls. Shops closed their shutters with wooden latches, and along the little stream, willow branches swayed softly as if bidding farewell to a day already long enough. At the T-junction, leading to the fields, stood a 1-story brick house, its tiled roof just 1 step lower than the road. A small clay bell hung on the porch, rarely ringing. Next to its window was a wooden box, rectangular and divided into many compartments, each labeled with a time in the night. People called it the post office of sleep. The owner was a thin man, hair unevenly white, with deep but clear eyes, and a voice slow as evaporating water. He was called the Guardian, Postmaster of Sleep, not because he delivered letters or stamped them, but because he received messages with no sender and handed them to nights with no address. Visitors came at dusk or slightly later. Some carried a folded slip of paper. Others came only with tired breath. They did not need to explain. They simply stood before the wood box, looked at the compartments labeled 11 o'clock, 12:30, 2 to 4, then chose one compartment and placed a short line of text into it. He did not read them. He only watched how their hands placed the slip like a craftsman listening to wood to detect rough places. As night passed through those hours, the slots would empty. Some would fall asleep, some would find peace, some would change their mind. At morning, he gathered the slips that had lain a full night, tied them with a cotton string, and stored them in a low chest beneath the table, neither burning them nor keeping them permanently for the post office of sleep to begin a new day as a field waiting to be sown. One early summer evening, a young woman came. She worked in a tailor's shop at the end of the street, skilled in her hands, sharp in her eyes. But for months, she had been unable to sleep deeply. Whenever she closed her eyes, the threads of stitches in a grid reappeared in her mind like water chilled by wind. She heard of this strange post office in a brief conversation at the market. That night, when crows in tall trees had already dispersed their calls, she arrived in front of the porch, uneasy and unsure what to do. The postmaster opened the door. His smile was like a remaining streak of sunlight. He invited her in, poured a cup of warm water from the aluminum kettle that always stood in the kitchen corner, and asked her to sit in the low bamboo chair instead of standing. He asked whether she had brought anything. She said she carried in her mind a hum like a sewing machine running empty. He nodded and said that was enough. The room was small, but not cramped. On the table stood 3 things, always in the same place: a round magnifying glass for reading, tiny letters, a faded cloth-bound journal, and a pocket watch that no longer wound. Near the window was a square wooden box with a perforated lid. He called it the breath box. Each visitor, before writing, placed their palm on that lid for 1 minute, letting the warmth of the hand pass through the holes inside. He said the box held nothing but the first minutes of many people's sleep. When one places a hand on the lid, one knows they still can warm something, which is enough to write a few words that do no harm. She followed the ritual, then asked what to write. He said the post office did not accept questions, only names. The name of something that must be delivered tonight. No explanation, no address. She bit her lip, thought for some time, then wrote the name, the sewing machine, hum. She folded the slip of paper small and placed it into the compartment labeled 1215. He observed how she placed it and nodded gently, as though accepting a sealed letter. He did not ask why she chose that hour. He understood that everyone has an hour in which their heart feels off by a few minutes. He handed her a small wooden key and instructed, when she returned home before going to bed, place a thin book under the foot of the bed so it is slightly uneven. When she lies down, there should be the slightest slope. This is a little incline for sleep to slide in faster. She was surprised and laughed, finding the trick childish. He smiled back, saying that, yes, it is childish, and children often sleep best. She returned to her boarding room, placed the thin book under the foot of the bed as instructed, and lay down. She placed her hand on her chest, remembering the feeling of pressing her hand on the perforated lid, and felt her heart settle by a small degree. In the middle of the night, she woke as usual, but the hum of the sewing machine in her mind was gone. In its place, she heard another sound, like paper gliding lightly on wood. She faintly thought, perhaps that was the sound of her slip of paper being taken from its compartment, and that the emptied slot had opened a path for breath to pass. She fell back asleep until the church bell at the street's start struck morning. In nights that followed, she returned. Each time she placed a different name in a compartment. Sometimes she named her eyes. Sometimes the scent of the perfume her mother used years ago. Sometimes only the word evening. He still did not read them, but he remembered the hours she chose. He said, people often have 3 favorite hours in the night, and those hours shift with the seasons. He told of some who always chose the 2 o'clock box because that was when the elevator stopped at their floor. Some always chose 11 because that was when the cat first crossed their windowsill. Some chose 3 because in their childhood home, the wall clock used to miss chime. Then, the post office does not explain it only reserves slots for hours. One day, heavy rain persisted. Water flowed along the porch's channel like someone brushing long fingers over a wooden surface. A middle-aged man wearing a soaked cloth hat came and handed the postmaster a thick envelope. He accepted it and placed it on the table, but did not open it. The man said he could not sleep since his daughter went to school far away. Every time he touched a photograph taken in the school courtyard, he woke in the night, not sure whether from longing or fear. The postmaster invited him to sit and asked him to write the name of a scent. The man was surprised, but slowly wrote the smell of his daughter's hair after gym class. He placed the slip in the compartment marked 11:30. After finishing, the postmaster gave him a wooden clothespin and instructed him to pin the daughter's handkerchief at the pillow edge for a week. The man did so. A week later, he returned saying he had slept more, not because longing ended, but because he was remembering at the correct place. He placed the thick envelope on the table, now replaced by a single thin slip with the word "Thank you," and left. The girl asked once, "Where do the slips go?" He answered, "They stay one night, so the night can read them. Night reads them by replacing them with the sleeper's breath." In the morning, He ties them again and stores them in the chest. On long, rainy days, he opens the chest and spreads the slips on the table to dry, then arranges them as neatly as folding blankets. He does not burn them, saying ashes do not know the way home, but paper, having made its round, does so it may lie in peace. She listened suddenly, realizing the seasons that had passed within her also lay like that, no need to fold them too tightly. He had many small rituals for different kinds of people. For someone who startles awake at night, he gave a smooth wooden button and told them to place it on their tongue and count to 3 before swallowing. Not swallowing the button, but saliva, to remind them they live in a body that can swallow small things. For someone who dreams of an old house, he gave a white thread and told them to tie it to the door latch, and each morning untie and store it so the new house knows it is not forgotten. For someone scared by clock sounds, he removed the movement from their broken pocket watch and told them to hold it each night, saying that a clock can be silent while time still moves, so one need not wait for ticking to know it is time to sleep. One star-filled evening, he offered her a strange object, a small fragment of mirror, no larger than a fingernail, its edges worn surface cloudy, like a shallow pond's reflection. He said the mirror was not for seeing faces, but for seeing names. When she wrote the name of something on the paper slip, she could place the mirror at one corner and then lift it, like sealing the note in silence. The mirror would not retain a reflection, but the habit of touching it would remind her hand that what was laid down was done. She tried and felt that when the mirror lifted, a part of her heart felt lighter, as though a chair had moved from under her. The town called him the postmaster, but he said he was merely the keeper of hours. He stayed awake during hours people dropped, not to pick them up, but to watch time pass like a steady stream. He told of one boy who placed a small stone in the 12 o'clock compartment instead of paper. The boy said he did not know how to write. The postmaster did not scold. He placed the stone in a cup of water and said the post office would read the stone that night. The next morning, the boy returned. The stone was quieter, and tiny bubbles floated up like small letters. The boy smiled. He kept the stone in water all summer, and from then on, an extra compartment accepted objects rather than paper. Some placed a leaf, some a shoelace piece, some a grain of rice. Those nights, the post office smelled of things not needing to be read by eyes. Autumn arrived. Mango leaves fell with a rustle onto the tiles, the nightly sound of cats chasing each other along staircases. The young woman began to sleep more peacefully, yet she still came to the post office, even just to sit. Once, she asked him why he never read the slips. He answered that he was not a mailman. He only guarded the door. Sleep does not like being peered at. It enters a house when the door is cracked just 1/3 open, and a chair is ready for it to sit. The slips are the doorknob and the chair. Reading them does not help one sleep. Sitting with them for a while does. An old woman often arrived at exactly 10:05 p.m. She always placed a pale green slip into that compartment. One day, the post office was too crowded. She could not push in. He noticed and handed her the magnifying glass, asking her to stand at the door and focus on a mote of dust drifting in the lamplight. He said if she looked long enough, she would see the mote stop falling. She did, and forgot to place a slip that night. She slept straight through. The next morning, she said she might no longer write at 10:05. Instead, she would reserve that hour to watch the dust. He smiled and replaced the slip label on the 10:05 compartment to 10:05 and dust. Then came a season of dry wind, and everyone's throat grew easy to thirst. He set a larger water pitcher in the corner. He taught people that before writing, they should drink a small sip, greeting the sleep that waited. He said, sleep likes water. Water knows how to quiet and find its way into small crevices. For those who forget, he would tap the ceramic cup on the table, like ringing a silent bell. The young woman found she loved these small rituals, as though they were wordless lullabies. One day, a rumor spread that the post office would close because its guardian was aging. People worried, asking where they would send their nights. He laughed and said the post office can never close. Night never ends. He said if the next day he cannot open the door, each person should use their bedside table as a wooden box with compartments. They could write the hour names on the edges, tie slips with string. They could place their palms on the imagined lid and wait a minute. The post office will appear because the post office is really the habit of treating night as a friend with an address. The listeners fell silent, as though each recognized they already had a place in their home that had long been a post office they had not named. One drizzly evening, the young woman arrived earlier than usual. The door was open. He sat wiping each wood compartment with a damp cloth. She sat beside him to help. The scent of wet wood and rain mingled, making the room feel young again. He recounted that in his youth he had been a real postal clerk, riding a bicycle through neighborhoods with a heavy mail bag. He knew routes, but not people, until one season when floods collapsed bridges, and he had to walk, resting on porches. The recipients offered him water, asked him questions, laughed, and told stories. It was then he realized that mail does not just go from sender to receiver, but travels through many breaths. After retiring, he created this post office to preserve that breath through the night. Night deepened. The clay bell outside chimed softly, as though touched. A young man jogging past stopped gasping, then stepped inside. He said he ran hard to become tired enough to sleep, but the harder he ran, the more awake he was. The postmaster handed him a white cotton cord and told him, "Tonight, do not run. Tie the cord to your left wrist and pin the other end to the bed leg, loosened enough so he could turn. If he tries to leave bed in the night, the cord will remind him he already entrusted his name to sleep." The next morning, the jogger returned, saying he slept as though he never knew he could. He returned the cord, but the postmaster told him to keep it. Every path needs tethering once to remember direction. One night, the post office was quiet. He and the young woman sat listening to rain on the tiles. He opened the cloth-bound journal to the last page, listing routines. Refill, water wipe compartments, check the perforated lid. He pointed to the final blank page. He said the post office also needs a blank page, like night needs an hour unthought. He told her that when he is gone, she might keep the post office or close it. But he hoped only that thin slips would continue to be placed by hands who know how to console themselves with small acts. He departed on an early winter morning. No ceremony. On the table remained the magnifying glass, the cloth journal, the non-winding pocket watch. That night, the young woman opened the post office, lit a small lamp. People came quieter than usual. They placed slips stepped outside under the porch to listen to the rain. She changed nothing of the ritual. She placed the water pitcher in its old spot, tapped the ceramic cup when someone forgot to drink, handed the small mirror fragment to a child writing their name for the first time. Night passed through hours like water, over stone steps, neither rushed nor paused. Later, she moved to a nearby house. In her new bedroom, she made a small wood box with compartments just for herself. She wrote her favorite hour names on the edges. Each night, she placed her hand on the imagined lid, waited a minute, then wrote a 3-word slip. Some nights, she wrote a friend's name. Some, a street, bakery's scent. Some, the last stitch of a day's work. She placed the slip into the compartment of the hour she often wakes. Strange as it seemed, That hour gradually passed quietly, like a train passing a small station, unhalting, yet allowing someone on the platform to wave goodbye. People new to the town often ask where the post office is. They are directed to the low-tiled house at the junction. They arrive to find a wooden box of many compartments, a perforated breath box, a water pitcher, a clay bell, a young woman with serene eyes. They write place slips, drink the water, and leave. They take no charms. They only take the habit of naming one thing and delivering it to the hour to which it belongs. Gradually, the town sleeps better. Not everyone falls asleep immediately, but each has a chair for sleep to wait. And the post office of sleep remains open every night, like the door of a home that believes any footsteps at midnight are seeking their way back. On moonless nights, the young woman sometimes sits alone, touching the non-working pocket watch. She presses its nameless hands into her palm, sensing the chill of metal, no longer frightening. She opens the cloth journal, writes a line for herself. Tonight, my favored hour is the hour of silent peace. She closes the journal, turns off the lamp, places her hand on the imagined lid, and feels the room grow warm. Somewhere outside the porch, the clay bell tinkles softly, as though someone tapped it. She thinks perhaps the former postmaster passed by to check that the post office was still open, that hours were still flowing in their paths. She smiles. Sleep comes as though a letter has arrived at its rightful home. Not too fast, not too slow, needing no loud knock, only a hand easing open the door just enough. And night, like a silent mailman without a bicycle, walks among the small compartments, lifts slips, places down, gentle breath, and quietly closes doors of hours already settled. The 8th story. The one who adjusts the compass. Inside the chest. The town lay between two ridges and beside a small river that curved like a silk thread. By day, shop doors opened to the scent of fresh bread and the sound of brooms sweeping the yard. In the afternoon, sunlight slanted off rooftops, casting leaf-shaped patches of light along the paths. When night settled in, vehicles became few, and only the distant river's murmur remained like someone quietly reading an old book. At the end of the street stood a 2-room house of exposed brick, low-roof square windows. On the windowsill sat an earthenware dish and an antique, transparent compass, its silver needle slender as a hair, but it did not point true north. Locals called the homeowner the one who adjusts the compass in the chest. She was an old woman of small frame, her white hair coiled into a bun, her eyes like deep drops of water. She spoke little and listened much. Anyone lost inside themselves at night often came to her to be shown how to sit still without feeling emptiness. One early autumn evening, a young man knocked on her door. He worked recording voiceovers for ads and background music. His ears were used to hearing very small sounds. But lately, he no longer heard stillness. Every night, he awoke mid-sleep. His heart beat irregularly, like a drum outside a parade, uncoordinated. He stood on the porch, clutching a well-worn notebook. When she opened, the warm smell of aged wood and dry leaves drifted out. She invited him in, placed before him a ceramic bowl with a few golden millet seeds. She said tonight they would not talk much about insomnia. Instead, they would see where his compass pointed. The room held little. On the wall hung a rough brown cloth frame. Beside it stood a low wooden cabinet with drawers without handles. It opened only by a light touch. On the table sat the transparent compass, its base painted with 4 thin concentric circles. She explained that the silver needle did more than point directions. It indicated the direction of a habit. Each circle corresponded to a layer of listening. The lowest ring is hearing the sound of earth. The next is hearing the body. Then the voice of the mind. And the topmost ring is the silence between remaining sounds. She did not ask him to believe immediately. She told him to place his index finger on the glass tip, sit still for 1 minute, then release. When he did, the needle trembled slightly, then pointed toward a corner of the room where the brown cloth hung. She stood, lowered the cloth frame, and handed him a white chalk piece about the length of a finger joint. She instructed him to lean back in his chair, put his notebook aside, relax his shoulders, and draw 3 short lines on the cloth, not forming any shape, just letting the hand move. When done, she told him to sit and gaze at those 3 lines for several breaths, recalling whether, in his day, there was a moment his hand wished to rest, but his mind kept racing. He did not have to explain. He simply nodded. She said the compass already knows. She took a small cloth, wiped the chalk lines away, leaving faint mists on the surface. She said, "Tonight, you will not chase sleep. You will calibrate the compass in your chest by 3 small acts. Place a millet seed on the dish and tap it with your fingernail to hear a very soft sound. Touch the tip of the compass glass with your fingertip in 1 breath. Look out the window to a patch of darkness without distinct shape. Repeat these a few times until your hand feels the urge to stop. Do not count. Do not urge." He obeyed. The millet on the dish gave a faint sound like footsteps in sand. His fingertip touched the cool glass tip, not painful, and the silver needle fluttered, then held steady. The dark patch outside the window had the hue of water before moonlight, deep but weightless. He felt his heartbeat slow from urgency to simply being. She sat across from him in silence, her head tilting as though listening to a distant melody. After a while, she said enough. She asked him to tell the shortest pause he remembered in his day. He recalled a moment standing on the steps of his recording studio when a red light turned off. Suddenly, the stillness was so complete he heard his own shirt brushing the railing. She smiled and said that moment was the east direction of his internal compass. Here, east does not mean sunrise, but the direction of restarting. When hearts forget regular beat, people often lose awareness that they can begin again from a pause. She opened the drawerless cabinet, produced a smooth wooden stethoscope, amber-colored. She placed it gently on the table. She told him that on nights he cannot sleep, he should invite his heart to sit in that chair, place the stethoscope beside the dish, not touching the ear, just rest it there. When the millet taps the dish, he should look at the stethoscope and imagine a guest entering the room, sitting in the chair, placing a hand on the table, but without greetings or questions. Just let that guest sit. When the image becomes clear, he will sense his heart quieting its pitch. He was surprised that such a simple image could calm him. He asked who made the compass. She answered that it came from two brothers, a glassmaker and a woodcarver. The glassmaker made a dome so light would pass through unbroken. The woodworker made a frame so one's touch feels no edge. When the glassmaker died, the woodworker brought that final compass to her, requesting she use it to show people how to listen, not just to directions. She kept the oath, and from then, she opened the door each night. One late evening, an older woman came. She sat exhaling, as if setting a heavy burden down. She said whenever she closed her eyes, she heard her late husband's footsteps return in the hallway. She did not fear, but she could not sleep. The old woman asked her to place her finger on the glass tip. The needle leaned toward the window. She drew the curtain slightly to let in a narrow strip of night. The old woman placed a millet seed on the dish, tapped it gently, and was given a small square of cloth. She was told to swipe that cloth through the air in front of her 3 times, from top to bottom, as though smoothing a shirt hanging on a rack. No touching, just sweeping. Each swipe, she should think of a path the two once walked together. She followed. Her eyes welled, but did not spill. On the 3rd sweep, she sighed, and said the footsteps had ceased. The elder nodded, saying sometimes the inner compass need not point inward, but show a doorway just wide enough to open. The young man returned for many nights. He learned additional small rituals. One night, she gave him a thin cotton cord to loosely tie around his right wrist. If his hand reached for his phone in the middle of the night, the cord would remind him his hand already has a duty to the internal compass. One night, she gave him a flat pebble, instructing him to place it under his tongue for one breath, then rest it on the dish. She explained the pebble would remind him that lips can rest, and when lips rest, the heart need not shout. Another night, she had him sit by the window, gaze into the void between rooftops, and imagine that was the watercourse in his chest, unobstructed. He did, and with each vision felt internal friction ease. Beyond the town, the hills changed color. In rain, rooftops glistened like fish scales. In sun, dry bricks trembled like millet on a dish. He told her about his work, about voices he recorded daily. He said some people speak loudly, but have narrow hearts. Some speak softly, but have wide hearts. He noted that in recordings, if one extends the space between two phrases by one breath, often the speaker settles and the voice becomes more beautiful. She praised that he had learned to extend one breath. She said that all along he thought he suffered from insomnia, but really he lacked connecting breaths. The compass inside the chest is not to find a single direction, but to reconnect broken paths. One day, she asked him to come early to learn a lesson. She placed the compass on the brown cloth, held the silver needle lightly, and traced a new circle on the glass so thin it looked like hair. She said this circle was called the waiting circle. The waiting circle asks for nothing. It only requires someone to place a hand on the tip of the glass for 1 minute without thinking about wanting to sleep. She taught him to count by looking at the back of his hand, counting the veins faintly visible. Each time, he saw another vein that was a beat. No need to count numbers, just notice. She said, when you see the veins in your own hand, the compass has been placed properly on the chest's table. One night, the room was full. A little girl brought her small drum from her school's lion dance troupe and said every time she held it in sleep, the drum would echo in her ears. The old woman gave her a soft cloth to wrap around the drum, as one would swaddle a baby, set the drum on the floor, then placed the compass upon it. The needle touched ever so lightly, but did not scratch. The girl watched and smiled, and the drum grew silent. A mason arrived, still smelling of lime plaster, and said, whenever he closed his eyes, he saw an unfinished wall. The old woman handed him a blank sheet of paper and asked him to place his hand on it and imagine drawing a window frame with his finger. No ink. He drew, paused to breathe, and said the wall now had a window, and he slept. One night, there was no moon, and half the street's power went out. Neighboring houses were dim voices, hushed doors creaked shut. Her room remained lit by an oil lamp hung under a rafter. She invited everyone to sit around the table, giving each a millet seed. When she tapped the seed on the dish, everyone dropped their seeds onto the wooden table at once. The sound of scattered seeds was as soft as raindrops. She said this was the sound of many compasses adjusting together. Without words, the room learned collective listening. That night, everyone went home earlier, and the town slept, as if a boat were anchored in its proper place. One very early morning, he came to express thanks and to tell her he would soon journey away for several months. His work called him to a coastal city far off. She was not surprised. She gave him a second compass she had stored in her cabinet, a smaller one, but equally transparent. She told him to carry it, but not to use it when hurried. Place it where it is not first seen upon entering the home, perhaps on a low shelf or in the third desk drawer. When needed, he would still have the earthenware dish and millet seed. She handed him a small cloth pouch embroidered with a tiny white dot in one corner and instructed him to reserve it for holding the flat pebble. He accepted, bowed his head, feeling in his heart the swell of a new road. The new city was louder, the sea wind stronger, nights full of footsteps. He placed the compass in the third drawer of his desk, as she had told him. On the first night, he tapped a millet seed on the dish. The sound entered the room so faint, it seemed nearly absent. Yet the noise outside receded a step, as though someone turned down a volume knob. He placed his hand on the compass's tip, looked out the window, where between two buildings a small patch of sky was hidden. He slept like someone aboard a gentle vessel, watching water recede, needing no invitation to harbor. Each week, he wrote her a letter, not long reporting that he had used the waiting circle to help a young singer calm before the microphone, that he placed the wooden stethoscope beside the ceramic dish in his studio, and the musicians who saw it naturally slowed their breaths, that he still remembered how to stroke the air as though smoothing a garment. She did not reply with words. She sent back a fine cloth. On it was an embroidered curve shaped like a smile. Months passed. One afternoon, he returned to the town because his work was done, and his heart longed for home. The two-room house still stood. The transparent compass on the windowsill still glimmered like morning dew. She came to open the door, small in figure, her eyes still deep drops of water. They spoke little. She placed the old compass in the center of the table and his compass beside it. She told him to place the two facing each other, not so they pointed at one another, but so the light of one could enter the other. Night came slowly. The silver needles in both compasses trembled in a soft beat, greeting each other. She said that some meetings require no words. Two compasses understand one another by standing still in the right place. That night, many people arrived. She let him sit in her place after all those months of learning. He invited everyone to place a millet seed on the dish tap, once touch the tip of the glass, and look out to the dark patch beyond the window. He did not offer too many explanations. He trusted that people will hear what they need to hear. When the room thinned, she told him he had done well. She said one day she would rest, but the compass would endure. As long as someone places a millet seed on the dish and listens for a very soft sound, the silver needle will know where to point, not only north and south, but toward the place where a person may sit down and not feel emptiness. Winter knocked with frost on the roof. She walked more slowly. Each evening, she greeted fewer visitors as before, but her room never lost warmth. One bitter night, she gave him the wooden stethoscope and told him to take it home. She said to place it near a window so that passers-by might see it and breathe softly. She looked at the compass as though at a child grown. She told him from now he would open the door at night 3 nights a week. On the other nights, she would sit in the other corner and listen. He nodded, touching the edge of the wooden table, noticing a slight, worn circle where a teacup had often rested. Those worn marks were like a map unsketched, readable only by hands. News of her slowing down gradually spread. People kept coming, but spoke less. They came as if on pilgrimage, placing hands on the glass tip, tapping the seed, gazing outward, then leaving. One night, a young person sent him a message asking how to know when the internal compass is adjusted. He replied, not with formula, but by telling them, when you hear, between two noises, a soft place like the back of a chair. When you see through the night wind a track, calm as a table's edge. When you sit alone without pretending to be busy, then your compass has already pointed home. The young person was silent, and days later, passing by, he nodded as though he had understood. One morning, she did not rise. There were no great tears. The room fell quiet, like a boat tied to a post. That afternoon, he opened the door as usual. He placed the compass on the sill, the dish in its place, the millet seed in the wooden bowl. People came and lit incense at her house, but here they tapped a seed on the dish and placed their hand on the glass tip, neither praying nor asking. He seated himself in her chair, listening to the room's breath. The night passed like a drop of tea falling into a cup, sending a single ripple. Time moves in its own way. Seasons returned. Moss grew green again. Tiles dried. The two-room house still opened its door each night. On the table, the transparent compass continued to point toward places no map could mark. People still came and went. Some brought stories of distant roads, some carried long sighs, some only two hands. Everyone placed a millet seed on the dish. Everyone touched a beet to the glass tip. Everyone looked out to some dark patch beyond the window, then turned inward and found their chest had grown one small measure wider. And the young man, he continued with his work of voices. He recorded advertising lines and occasionally phrases not meant to be sold. He adopted a habit, leaving a silent beat between two segments, as though leaving a chair open for sleep to enter after the program. On nights when his heart stirred, he tapped his millet seed, touched the glass tip, looked into the darkness between two buildings. Everything returned to its place. His internal compass leaned toward calm, not because the outer world grew quieter, but because he remembered how to invite his heart to take a seat. If someone asked him for the secret, he told of the one who adjusts the compass in the chest. He spoke of the transparent compass, the earth-colored dish, the golden millet seed, the wooden stethoscope, and rough cloth frame the thin circles named hearing earth, hearing body, hearing mind, hearing the silence. He said there is no magic, only 3 small acts during a long night. Tap the millet seed to invite your hand to stay. Touch the beet to the glass tip to invite your heart to sit. Gaze into a patch of darkness to invite your eyes to rest. Done is enough. Do not chase results. At some point, when one forgets they are hoping to sleep, sleep arrives unbidden, like a late friend entering through the left door, pulling up a chair, sitting quietly, without disturbing anyone. And so the town gained another habit. On very still nights, passing down the street's end, one might hear a tiny sound, like a millet seed tapping the dish. That is the sound of compasses being adjusted. That is the sound of chests remembering their paths. No need to name direction. No need to hang maps on walls. Just a wooden table, an earthen dish, a transparent compass, and someone willing to sit and listen until the silver needle stops trembling. Then, night naturally lowers its voice, and the path to bed becomes half as long. The 9th story. The Mirror Keeper in the Mist Forest. On a mountainside covered in ferns, there was a narrow trail leading into a forest that stayed shrouded in mist, even under midday sun. Locals called it the Mist Forest, for even standing at its edge, one felt as though inside a slow dream, where every sound arrived a beat late, and light did not shine but spread. In the forest's heart stood a low wooden hut roofed with bark panels, with many small round mirrors hanging around it, hand-sized. Each mirror was fogged, not reflecting faces, clearly only holding tiny spots of light, like dust motes. The man in the hut was called the Mirror Keeper of the Mist Forest. He lived alone, kept no animals, planted no trees, only cleaned his mirrors every morning and listened to the wind each night. Anyone lost within themselves or feeling themselves grow faint, like breath on glass, would come to him. One day, a young painter climbed the mountain in autumn, seeking inspiration. She carried a sketchbook and a small watercolor set. But for months, every painting she made smudged, as though her hand forgot how to hold form. Each night, she dreamed she stood before a large mirror, but no reflection appeared. When she heard from villagers about the Mirror Keeper, she resolved to find him. The path was steep and damp, each footstep causing the mist to tremble like silver threads. When she arrived, she saw the old man sitting on the porch, holding a small mirror whose surface was shell-colored, like age nacre. He looked up, smiled in his eyes, then motioned to the wooden chair opposite. She spoke first, saying that she could not paint anymore. He did not ask why. He simply turned the mirror in his hand toward her, catching a bit of light through the mist, reflecting it onto her chest. He said this was a mist mirror. It would not show her face, but only her warmth. She looked and saw a smoky blur on its surface. He told her that blur was the image of the fatigue she had not yet recognized. He handed her a thin cloth and asked her to wipe that blur, as one would wipe one's face after washing, not forcefully, not quickly, not to make it perfectly clear, but so that her hand could feel. As she wiped, the mist on the porch seemed to thin. He said, "Well done now. You have made the wind pause a beat." He invited her to stay overnight. Inside the hut was a pine bed and a small oil lamp. By the bed hung 2 round mirrors. He told her that before sleeping, she should breathe toward the left mirror 3 times and toward the right mirror once. She asked why. He said the left mirror remembers the past and the right mirror holds the present. Inhaling brings you into presence. Exhaling lets you depart. When she did this, the wind outside the forest stilled entirely. Only the soft sound of mist droplets fell on the roof. That night, she slept deeply, as if she had never known such sleep. The next morning, he led her around the hut. On many large tree trunks, he had affixed mirrors. Some fogged, some cracked, others covered in moss. He said these were lost mirrors, each holding a fragment of memory. Someone forgot. Some come because they no longer recognize their face in life. Some because they forgot their voice in the heart. He pointed at a mirror curved like water and said, "This is the mirror of someone who cried because they no longer felt joy. If that person breathes onto the mirror, the mist dries into a droplet outline. He does not wipe it. Each droplet marks that someone touched themselves again." She asked how these mirrors survive the mist and wind without breaking. He laughed and said it was because they do not reflect faces. They reflect what is light. He picked a leaf, placed it on a mirror. The leaf's shadow stayed a moment, then faded into the condensation. He said, "What is light enough not to crack a mirror will remain?" She looked at the mirrors and thought of her paintings. Perhaps they smudged because she tried to paint things too heavy. She asked if she might try one exercise. She took her watercolor box, laid paper on the wood floor, and without sketching, touched her brush to blank space and let the colors flow naturally. When the pigment dried, she saw a pale patch, like a breath trace on a mirror. He looked and nodded, saying she had learned to let mirrors paint her. That afternoon, a middle-aged man arrived, carrying a broken mirror he had pieced together. He said it was from his mother's old home, now abandoned. He kept it for fear of forgetting her voice. Every night, he placed that mirror by his pillow, hoping to see her image, but only saw a dim blur of himself. The mirror keeper listened, then took a bowl of spring water, poured it into a wooden basin, and submerged the broken mirror. He said, "Water is the gentlest mirror it can hold, even cracks." He instructed the man to leave the mirror immersed until the mist cleared. In the morning, he retrieved it. The cracks remained, but they no longer cut sharp. He said, "Memory need not be whole, only not wound into you." That evening, the keeper taught both the painter and the man a ritual called the vapor ritual. He boiled a small pot of water. As steam rose, he held a mirror above the pot. Vapor condensed on its surface into mist. He told each to speak one very soft phrase, just enough that their lips' breath touched the mirror, and then fall silent. The painter said, "I am ready." The man said, "I remember Mother." Their breath condensed into forms that shifted, then vanished with the vapor. He said, "That is how a mirror listens, not with eyes, but with mist. What disappears is also what remains." On the third day, mist in the forest grew denser. Light filtered like silver threads. He led her to a clearing where a mirror larger than the others was hung. He said this was the sleep mirror. Whenever the forest is too weary, he hangs this mirror so wind and mist may rest. He taught her to wipe it with a dry petal light, as touching a dream. As she wiped, the mirror brightened and reflected drifting mist around. In that mirror, she saw her own outline, faint, and also saw another person at a distant mirror wiping their own. She asked who that was. He said, perhaps someone in another forest also learning how to see without needing clarity. The world has many connected mirrors. They reflect not images, but breath. One evening, she said she wanted to take one of the small mirrors back with her. He agreed, but cautioned that if she did, she must wipe the mirror with mist 3 times before descending the mountain. She obeyed. That morning, when the first sunlight struck, she looked into the mirror and saw no face, only a light smeared like a bird's wing. She bowed in greeting to him, then walked down the mountain. The steep path was still damp, but the mist seemed to recognize her face, opening a way for each step. When she returned to the town, she hung the mirror by the window where the morning wind blew in. Every day before painting, she breathed gently onto the mirror, waited for the moisture to clear, then set her brush to paper. Her paintings gradually regained form, but not sharply, like before, rather softly merging between light and blur, like mist. People called them mirror paintings. To look into them was to feel one might hear someone breathe. Years later, she returned to the mist forest. The hut remained, but the mirror keeper had grown older. He sat on the porch holding a large mirror. She told him she now taught children to paint. Each child was given a small plastic mirror and taught to breathe on it before starting. He listened and nodded, saying she had let the mirror travel far beyond that forest. He handed her another mirror, this one slightly curved. He said this was the mirror of tomorrow. When you feel lost in what you do, best look here. It will not point a path, but it will show you a mist yet to be painted. She accepted it, aware this was the last gift he wished to give. One winter news came that he had passed. They said the mist in the forest hung thick for 7 days, then vanished with the first sunlight of spring. She returned and found the large mirror hanging in the forest still gleaming, though no one had cleaned it. She stood before it, breathed lightly, and saw her shadow brush against countless others. Some were weeping, some smiling, some simply standing still. She understood the mirrors do not hold images, they hold breath. And that breath is from all who once forgot themselves, then found themselves again. From then on, the mist forest became a place people visited to be quiet. No one brought cameras. No one asked for directions. They came, stood before mirrors, breathed, then left. The woman, now old, still hung the mirror he gave her by her window. Each time she cleaned it, she remembered the forest, the old man, the light in the mist. Her hand trembled more, but her breath remained steady. And in each wipe, she felt as though someone somewhere else was wiping another mirror in another forest, in a dawn full of mist. The wind passed, carrying the soft sound of fogged mirrors touching. And within that sound, people heard something, but never lost the voice of the heart when it stops forcing clarity and simply sees enough to know one is still here. Story 10. The woman who cooked porridge for time. In a narrow, sloping alley leading to a little riverside market, there stood a kitchen, detached from the main house by a courtyard paved with tiles. By day, nobody noticed it. The kitchen was low, its plastered yellow walls mottled the roof tiles old, and a wooden shutter. Window always left slightly ajar, but when night fell, the kitchen glowed with a soft golden light, not harsh. A kerosene lamp sat near the hearth, and the flame beneath a wood fire made the doorway feel warm like the palm of a hand. Neighbors called its owner the woman who cooked porridge for time. She lived alone, her hair silver, like a thin layer of ash over the embers left after a fire has died. Every night at the same hour, she would light the fire, set a pot, pour water drop in a handful of rice, add a pinch of salt, a little toasted sesame, and stand stirring. She said, "Cooking for people is common. Anyone can do that. But cooking for time, few remember." Her porridge was not sold, not placed on a tray for display. It was the dish for the night, for those who hear the tick of a clock and feel their heart slide backward, for those who lie in bed and imagine themselves standing on a platform waiting for a train that never comes. One evening at the end of the rainy season, a young man knocked on her door. He worked at the post office by day and studied at night to gain admission to another school. Lately, the moment his head touched the pillow, words would stir in his mind like a riot. He had heard from the vegetable seller at the alley's entrance that if one wanted to sleep, one should go to this kitchen and ask for a ladle of porridge for time. He stood awkwardly at the threshold, his hand gripping the handle of a worn cloth bag. The woman opened the door, looked at him for a moment, as though studying a blank page freshly taken from a stack, then nodded for him to enter. She told him to sit near the hearth. No need to speak. On the stove, the pot of porridge was softly simmering. Tiny bubbles rose and burst thin as whispers. She stirred with an old, darkened wooden ladle. Each swirl was slow, like someone writing round letters on a blackboard. She said this pot of porridge was for tonight. Each night, she made a new pot. The water was always measured by a stoneware bowl placed on a shelf. The rice always of medium grade, neither too white nor too opaque. The salt just pinched between two fingertips. The toasted sesame warmed enough to release scent, but not burn. She said cooking porridge for time was a way to let the minutes that stretch apart learn to blend with one another, instead of clawing at each other like fish caught in a net. He watched, not fully understanding, but felt his eyes soften. She handed him a small wooden spoon, carved with 3 faint horizontal marks. She told him to place the spoon in his palm, inhale, then exhale 3 times. With each exhale, touch the tip of the spoon gently to the pot's rim. He followed, hearing the light tap, as though a door had closed in thought. She said he should name 3 things he had accomplished today. No explanations, add no extra words. He said sending a package to the village teacher, replacing the desk lamp bulb, washing his handkerchief. She nodded, said that's enough, and leave what is undone for tomorrow. She ladled a portion of porridge, blew lightly to cool it, and gave it to him. The porridge was hot, but not scalding. Its taste was mild, leaning toward the aroma of sesame and cooked rice. With 1 spoonful, he felt his tongue grow less restless. She told him to eat slowly, but not force it. As the porridge passed down his throat, imagine time itself thickening, like this porridge in the pot, no longer overflowing the rim of the bowl. He smiled strange advice, but strange in a soothing way. She continued stirring, not exactly to him, but as though speaking with the pot. She told of her youth when she cooked in a small eatery beside a train station. Trains returned late. Weary travelers wanted something to quiet their rumbling stomachs. At first, she cooked as anyone would. Later, one stormy night, a man sitting at the far table said that This porridge made him remember the rhythm of his own steps. He said he had run all day, and even when he sat down, somehow he was still running. But after finishing the bowl of porridge, his legs felt at rest. From then on, she thought perhaps porridge did more than warm the belly. It could slow a clock. When she left the eatery, she took this ladle with her. The wooden spoon held the scent of old fires, like it preserved a story etched in its wood grain. Each night, she stirred that scent, awakened again, and time itself seemed less rigid to listen. Later, a thin woman arrived. She carried a basket of oranges, saying she could not sell them all. She sat quietly, said nothing. She put the basket in a corner, hands on her knees, looked at the pot. The porridge cook gave her a small bowl, adding a drop of homemade fish sauce. She ate slowly, as though listening to a familiar piece of music. The woman cooking told her to place 3 orange slices on the lid of the pot. She obeyed. The heat made the citrus oils release a bright fragrance. They did not speak, only smiled. The young man thought of the grand formulas he once read, then looked at the pot and understood there were formulas not written in letters. On the second night, he returned again. She gave him a small gray cloth. She instructed that whenever the words in his mind run too fast, he should dip the cloth into the jar of water. Beside him, wring it lightly. Wipe the rim of the bowl, then rest the cloth on the pot lid for a minute. No thinking needed. Just wait until the cloth warms and then remove it. He did, and found the cloth warm like a short answer. She said, "This cloth is only for use in this kitchen. Outside, he may use his hand in place of the cloth. The hand is the body's cloth. Simply rest it on the chest and count 3 breaths. The porridge within will know how to thicken." On the third night, he brought a small notebook. He asked whether the porridge every night was always the same. She said no. For each evening, the water differs, the fire differs, even the rice, although the same variety. What remains the same is the way of stirring. She taught him to stir in the shape of a snail climbing a wall. Not fast, not slow, steady, always leaving a small path in the center for the water to spin. He tried spilling a few drops over the pot's rim. She did not scold. She only handed him a cloth and told him to wipe it, like comforting a child awakened in the middle of the night. After wiping, place the cloth flat on the table, smoothing it out. It was like placing down a long sigh of the day. Word of the porridge spread through the neighborhood, but not loudly. People came in small numbers. Some nights, 1 person. Other nights, 3 or 4. They arrived at different hours, sat in different corners. She never changed her stirring rhythm or tone of voice. Some asked to take a ladle home. She shook her head and said, "The porridge for time cannot stay overnight. It remains in the kitchen and will dissolve at morning. If you want to bring something with you, bring the way of stirring." Each kitchen has some pot, some water, some ladle. Place your hand in stir as here, and time will understand. One night, the southern wind gusted and rain rattled. A truck driver dropped by exhausted eyes, red hands still trembling from the long drive. He sat down, put his baseball cap on the seat, stared at the fire. She ladled him a full bowl, no additions. He finished, placed down the bowl, remained silent for a long time, then exhaled sharply, as though putting down a sack of weight. She gave him the ladle and told him to stir a few rounds for the people yet to come. He stirred his hand less shaky. He said he never imagined a day he would stir porridge in midnight for strangers. She laughed, saying the strange thing is that we often travel far to rediscover the way back to a kitchen. The young man eventually had his exam night. Before the test day, he came early, sat by the hearth, not eating, just stirring. She told him, today he did not need advice. He only needs to remember 3 motions. Place the spoon in the palm, touch the rim of the pot once. Wipe the bowl rim with the damp cloth. Watch the steam rising from the lid and nod very slightly. He did all 3. When rising, he carried in his chest the feeling of a pot of porridge keeping just the right fire. That night, he slept. In the morning, in the exam, he was not smarter than usual, but his mind no longer leapt ahead of the questions. He read carefully, answered fully, and left the exam room, like leaving a kitchen. Later, the young man passed into the new school and moved far away. Sometimes, returning home, he still visited the kitchen. Nothing had changed. She still stirred, but remained the sesame scent still faint. One time, he brought her a bundle of dill. She would not put it into the pot. She chopped it, small, sprinkled it on a bowl of porridge for someone recently ill, then joked that dill is for people who have just stood up while time only eats salt. He remembered that phrase a long time. Time only eats salt. It sounds like a playful line, but it turned out true. The things that preserve a steady pace are often as simple as a pinch of salt. In the neighborhood, there was a child who lost his father on a rainy night. His mother never cried in front of others, but her eyes burned every night. One evening, the old woman brought the mother and child into the kitchen, letting the child sit on a high stool so he could see into the pot. She handed him a small wooden spoon, just like the one the young man had before, and taught him to tap the edge of the pot once every time he missed his father. The child tapped once, twice, 3 times, then stopped. His mother looked at the pot for a while, ate a bowl, set it down, and slowly wiped the lid with a cloth. That night, the 2 of them went home and slept. Not because they had forgotten, but because in their hearts someone was now standing by the stove, stirring through the hard moments for them. The old woman grew older, her back a little more stooped, but her stirring hand stayed steady. When she fell ill, she asked the young man, now grown to stand in for a few nights. He stood there and realized fire was no longer something to guard like an enemy. Fire was like a cat. It liked to be watched, spoken to in a low voice, and it would stay gentle as long as you remembered to leave it a way in and out. He learned when to add water, how much salt to sprinkle, and when to drop the sesame, right when the sound of the pot changed. He no longer kept notes. Everything rested in his hands, his nose, his eyes, and in the spot where he placed the ladle on the table after each stir. Those who passed through that kitchen carried its habits home. Some would set a pot of water on the stove after washing dishes at night, not to cook, but just to watch the steam rise for a moment, as if to tell time, tonight I have a flame. Some kept an old ladle by their bedside, and when they woke up in the night, they would gently tap the edge of the table 3 times with it, then go back to sleep. Some used their own hand in place of a ladle, placing it on their belly, drawing an imaginary circle to lull their sleep like lulling a bowl of porridge. One early winter, the cold deepened. The old woman told the young man that maybe it was time for her to sit and watch the stove more than stand by it. She gave him the old wooden ladle she had once brought from the station. He accepted it, his hand trembling slightly, as if touching a story still warm. She gave him only one instruction: never leave the pot unstirred. Every night, someone will need a slow turn of the ladle to remember that time can thicken. If you are busy, teach someone else how to place their hand. If you are tired, let the fire rest and lay the ladle across the lid, like placing a pen down across the edge of a page. The night will understand and wait. She passed away on a quiet morning. There was no crowd, no long farewell. That evening, the kitchen still opened. The young man stirred. People came, they still ate, still tapped the spoon, still wiped the rim, still watched the steam. The lamp smoke left a new streak on the ceiling, the scent of sesame salt blending with the smell of hot ash. Everyone knew something without saying it, that the night had lost the one who stood between pot and fire, between hunger and fullness, between long and short. But everyone also knew something else, that the night did not disappear. It only changed its pot watcher. Years passed. The kitchen stayed the same. Children grew up, knowing to tap once on the pot's edge as they passed by, like saying hello. Elders sat close to the hearth to warm their bones. Those returning from far away did not search for a restaurant. They looked for that kitchen first. Some brought a pinch of mung beans. Others brought a sprig of scallion. The young man, now with silver in his hair, still stirred and taught newcomers the 3 gestures. Place the spoon in the palm. Wipe the bowl's rim with a damp cloth. Nod at the rising steam. In the sound of stirring, every story settled, every joy and sorrow found the right consistency, not too thin, not spilling over. A kitchen was still a kitchen. A night was still a night. And time was a pot of porridge that knew how to listen. If someone asked how such a little kitchen could keep a whole neighborhood asleep, the young man only smiled. He said the woman who cooked porridge for time once told him that time only eats salt. He explained that salt is what has been finished, a hand that knows when to stop a small task given to the hand so the mind can rest. He said that when the hand stirs evenly, the eyes watch the steam. The tongue tastes the grain. The ears hear the bubbles pop. Then the mind has no more space for words to rush around. The listener nodded, tried placing their hand on the ladle, and felt within their chest a quiet pot of porridge holding a steady flame. Any night, the kitchen still glows. From the head of the alley drifts the scent of toasted sesame and cooked rice. Those passing by do not need to enter. It is enough to know that a pot is being stirred in there, just like knowing there is a light left on somewhere in town for the moments when someone loses their way. If someone enters, they sit. If someone is tired, they eat. If they do not eat, they tap the spoon. If they do not tap the spoon, they wipe the lid's edge. Then they rise, carrying with them a bit of time thickened just enough. No one speaks loudly. No one puts up a sign. But at bedtime, the windows nearby begin to darken, one by one, like lids softly closing over pots. And in that little kitchen, the wooden ladle rests on the table above it, a stripe of lamplight, no wider than a finger, just enough to guide a dream home. As the lamplight in our final story dims and your breath settles back into its gentle rhythm, allow your heart to rest a little longer in this quiet moment. These 10 Zen stories were not just tales. They were small chairs for your mind to sit upon after a long day. You may not remember every character or setting, but if your heart feels just a little more at peace, then the stories have completed their journey. Thank you for staying until the end of this path, for listening with your whole heart. If these moments of stillness helped you breathe easier, sleep more soundly, or simply feel heard, press the subscribe button so we can meet again in other peaceful nights. Each week, I will bring you new Zen stories where light, sound, and breath become one, so you always have a place to return to. Wishing you a restful sleep, light as mist drifting past the window. See you in the next story, where peace is always waiting, if only you listen.